Pretty quickly here. Good morning. Welcome to WordCamp Europe. This is day 2. I'm Raquel Landefeld, and I am your MC this morning. We have some announcements before the talk begins. First, we want to just let everybody know that you got to visit the expo. There's swag and all of our sponsors. There's information.
Excuse me.
Also,
will you be
please forgive my voice. I've lost it, just so you guys know that. We also have a Lost and Found, and if you need anything, if you lost anything, just make sure to check that out. We have a community booth in the expo, and a lot of stuff is in the expo, so just make sure you guys check that out. This is day 2, so hopefully you have. You could also contribute at any time. That's in the Trianti balcony. You could take the elevator from track 1 to level 2, and it's a self-organized space. Who's discovered the game card? If you guys have seen that game of cards, if you got your swag bag, inside were a few cards, and it's just a way to mingle with other attendees and kind of gamification. And if you guys are into that, you can use those cards. You could gain more cards. If you guys are into Pokemon and all that, you know how that goes. So there's lots of opportunity and ways for you to connect and network with each other. We also have the wellness track, which actually started at 8:15. Maybe some of you guys have checked that out. Did anybody here do yoga or anything today or yesterday? I don't see any hands. It's hard to see, but I did that one year, and it was an absolute blast. At this point, there is no more of yoga, but there is Tai Chi in the afternoon at 3. And yeah, that's it for our wellness track. So we really love some feedback on our speakers. And if you guys remember, it's a pretty easy way to remember where to go and fill out the survey per speaker. So it's europe.wordcamp.org/2023// I'm cracking up, wow, /feedback. Easy. If you guys do need some help with volunteers, anybody in a blue shirt is a volunteer. Go up and ask your questions, and if they don't have the exact answer, they know who to get that can answer. Lunch is served on level 0 and level 1, and there are multiple food stations with multiple dietary needs like halal and kosher, so make sure to check that out. Drinks are served all day, all over the venue. So if you need water, coffee, there will be several stations. You shouldn't have to look far. There will be 15-minute intervals in between each session. So after this one, there will be 15 minutes, then the next starts. And if you guys would like to attend a workshop and get your hands a little dirty, it's happening all day long. And you could just head to the registration desk to get more information on helping. We have a special homepage set up for quick access if you guys need anything, and it's real simple, europe.wordcamp.org. Let's see here at the end. We're going to set up a Q&A. If you guys have questions, just be sure, you don't need to queue up in a line anywhere. We're just going to ask you to have your questions ready, and we've got volunteers with mics who will go up and take your guys' questions. We do have Matt's Q&A today, and if you would like to submit any questions via social media, you can via Twitter, Instagram, or even Facebook. We do have an after party tonight, which I highly suggest you attend. And that starts at 8:30 and is located at the Lohan Athens nightclub. Be sure to bring your badge. You got to bring that. Even if you don't want to wear it, just stick it in your pocket. Make sure you bring your badge. You get light snacks and 2 drink tokens. And you can purchase more if you need. So we're going to pretty much get started right now. Just want to remind everybody to have your questions ready. Be sure to ask effective questions, and don't be afraid. There are no bad questions. So with that, we're going to bring our speaker up. Come on over. This is Vikas.
Good morning, everybody.
Take it away.
Thank you. Thanks for the lovely introduction. My name is Vikas. I hope everybody had their morning coffee. No? But thanks for attending. I am going to talk about how to build or how to think about building a plugin business in the block world. Let me. All right. If you go on the plugin repo right now, the WordPress plugin repo, you will see there are over 60,000 plugins in the repo. And you might feel the market is saturated, and you may be right, but in the block world, maybe not so. So during this presentation, I would like to change your opinion, if you have this opinion, and what might feel that a little bit overwhelmed, and go back and not do anything about it. So let's change that perception. One of my Twitter buddy, Justin, had a wonderful post about why this is a gold rush for WordPress. He said, block todays are what plugins were 10 years ago, right? And he's really on point. I definitely encourage everybody in this room to go and check out this post, read it, and then you will understand what I am trying to talk about. Before we move further, let me introduce a little bit more. As they said, this is not a 15-minute talk, this is a 30-minute talk. And I have to talk a little bit more, so I said I can talk myself about myself a lot more. Anyway, so I am Vikas. I am coding since I was 14. I'm a programmer, engineer by trade, by heart. I acquired my first WordPress plugin back in 2017 and never looked back. Basically, we run over 10 popular plugins and themes. I run 2 remote companies, one is Express Tech and another is InstaWP, both based on the WordPress ecosystem. I'm also part of the WordPress Bangalore organizing team, and we are going to have a WordCamp next month, and you are all invited there. Okay, going back to the presentation, if you closely look at the repo, you will see that there are less than 500 block plugins in the repo, which gives you the huge opportunity of building a block plugin. Not only that, if you specially search for single-use block plugin, which is less than 280, that gives you even more opportunity to do that. Let's talk about how traditionally forms were built, as an example of how the traditional plugins were built and how traditionally we were using WordPress historically. So one of the popular plugins is contact form, which I have presented in this presentation. To build this contact form, the person needs to have at least an intermediate knowledge of some kind of coding or some kind of HTML, right? Or at least the person needs to be a little bit technical. So you build this contact form, you copy the short code, and then you paste it in a page where it doesn't preview anything. So that is how we have been building contact form. We as WordPressers or WordPress professionals, we know this, but not the new users which the WordPress block world is now targeting. So this is how we have been building, and this is not very intuitive. I don't know if you agree on that. However, in the block world, it's completely different paradigm. In this changing paradigm, the way you do block is you go to your block editor, you open the block inserter, search for form, automatically shows all the single-use block plugins. Currently, it is showing one of the plugins which we did on the top. Click on it, it automatically fetches the plugin, downloads it, activates it. Then you can drag and drop to the form on the block editor. It's that simple, right? No more coding required. A new user, a business owner can manage their own site. They don't necessarily need coding knowledge to do that. And not only that, you can manage this form right inside the block editor by just clicking on it. It's that simple, and then click publish. So that's the way we are doing blocks now, and it's a great way, right? So how do you think about building a plugin business in this new era? So what are the different opportunities we have? There are two approaches which I think we should think about. One is a block-first approach, and another is a block-enabled approach. If you are a traditional plugin business owner, or you are building plugins traditionally for a long period of time, you might go with the block-enabled approach, but think about the block-first approach. This approach gives you what you see is what you get, which we just had a preview about. Doesn't load a bunch of libraries, basically not a bloatware. Most things happen inside the block editor, which is really, really important when you are going for a block-first approach. But when you do a block-enabled approach, which we just saw in one of the last slides, they just slapped a block inside the block editor, but it doesn't change the experience at all, right? So the block-enabled approach says there's a wrapper around existing functionality, doesn't follow true editing experience inside the block editor, may load too many libraries. So these are the two approaches you should definitely consider when you are creating a new plugin in this new block world. There is a hidden gem, which I think is still to date undiscovered, which is the block inserter, which we just talked about a little bit. Let's go a little bit deeper into this. If you search for a keyword inside the block inserter, automatically searches for single-use block plugins. You might think, what is a single-use block plugin? Because it's speaking about so much. A single-use block plugin is a special plugin with a schema marked up, which says that I am a single block plugin, and I can be qualified as a single block plugin. So how to build that single block plugin? You go to the WordPress handbook, and then you will find the instructions on building that plugin. You just have to put a JSON file, and then once your plugin is approved in the repo, you have to submit it as a single block plugin. The instructions are clear on the documentation. I'll be happy to share it after the call, after the talk. So once you search for a keyword, it automatically searches the repo. Once you click on an entry, it automatically installs and activates the plugin. And it's perfect for the block editing world. You don't need to go out, search for the repo, click, find the plugin, find where it is. I think one of the biggest challenges with WordPress is once you install a plugin, you don't know where to go, how to configure it, right? This solves that problem. And this, I think, and this is how we have built our project, which is Gutena. I'll talk about that in a moment. How to do paid upgrades in the block plugin world. And traditionally, WordPress has been notorious in promoting with big banners that upgrade today, and you will get this, and then those are nagging notifications on the admin panel. I definitely don't suggest that. Go for more subtle approach. Use something like this, which gives users some kind of information what they are going to get, and there should be a close button on top, which lets them close that notice away, right? So that they don't see it anymore. It should be well-placed, distraction-free CTAs. If you don't know what CTA means, it's call to action. Smooth checkout experience. So make sure, and this is kind of a generic advice when you are building a plugin business. If you are letting the user go through your checkout experience, make sure your checkout experience is smooth. And they go step by step, and they get the zip file at the end of the checkout experience. Use plugins like Easy Digital Downloads, which is a free plugin on the repo, or a service like Freemius to offer pro licenses. You can connect your Stripe account. You can, Freemius provides that out of the box. So these options are available if you want to build a proper plugin business in the block world. Let's talk about some of the excellent examples in this new block world. One of my Twitter buddy, Ajay, did a poll, is what plugin do you use for building a WordPress site? What block plugin specifically? And the results were kind of interesting, and they were all over the map. If you ask the same as a page builder, you will get maybe top 3 page builder, right? And the results will be completely different. But if you see the most voted was other option, which means people are trying different libraries, which gives you an opportunity to build one because people are just trying every other library out there to see which one is good. And I would suggest, before you start building a block plugin, go out and check out these amazing examples. Generate blocks, Spectra, Essential blocks, Core blocks. There are many more in the market, and they have a lot of active installations. That means there is an acceptance in the market about the block plugin. There are new libraries you should think about, key blocks. When I talk about these block competitors, in a way, they give you inspiration on what to build. If they are doing something right, you can inspire from them. If there is something to improve upon, you can read the reviews, see if there is something which you can improve upon, experience the experience which I talked about, how easy it is to use that block plugin, and then you can improve on that. That gives you an enormous business opportunities on how you go about building a block plugin. Don't just go and start building one. First, learn what others are doing, and then have your path charted out based on that. So one of the case studies is Gutena. This is a pet project we are working on. This is completely free. We are releasing Pro plugin, I think, next month. But so far, it is completely free, and we have a lot of features in the free version. And that is one of the approach we have taken. Our approach is go for single block plugins. And this is something I'm giving away as a business secret, but I wanted the block plugin world to flourish, right? If we do the same, we will have a lot of cool options for people to try that helps the WordPress ecosystem as a whole. So if you see on the top right, you will see Gutena Forms. This is one of the popular form plugin, and it has got 6,000 active installations in the span of 3 months, which is amazing if you think about it. Remember, there are 60,000 plugins in the repo, and getting 6,000 installations on a new plugin is very, very difficult. So we went with the single block approach, which enabled us to be on the block inserter market where there is nobody, right? So you can dominate that market. That's the hidden gem. And we are going with this and then redirecting everybody to our Gutena kit, which is the bundle plugin, like Cadence and other plugins. So that gives them an opportunity to install a bundle of libraries if they want. If they don't want, no problem. You can use a single block plugin. Our approach is go for no jQuery, which means going for like vanilla, lightweight JavaScript. Focus on performance, and this is a key secret in WordPress. In coming days, I think it has already happened, performance is something which plugin authors generally ignore. And then you end up using a cache plugin. You end up using your speed optimization. I don't think you should need that. You don't need a cache plugin if you have a properly built blocks. You don't need those plugins, at least for the UI loading, right? If the blocks are loading properly, if the CSS is lightweight, if the JavaScript is lightweight, you don't need all those things. Focus on UX, as I've mentioned a couple of times already. Focus on user experience. Don't just focus on building functionality. Think about how users will use your plugin in the new block world. There are some plugins where you click on the block, and then you have to do editing on the sidebar. I definitely don't recommend that approach, because that is already being done by other page builders. What are we doing which helps the user edit that form, that tab, that block faster? Think about those when you are building this. Our approach towards building Gutena is 4 parts. One is we want to build audience first, and this is extremely important when you are building a plugin business. Build a free plugin which people love to use. And this is what we have been doing so far. So build an audience first, build a plugin which people love to use, get them a free installations, get them a taste of what you can do with your coding skills, with your designing skills, with your business skills, right? That gives you an idea of what Gutena is, what your project is. Extend core editor principles. There are some plugins who are completely different than the core editing experience. If you experience a core block, it is very swift. You edit it really quickly, drag and drop a button, you add a text, there you go. But there are some, as I said, there are some libraries which don't do that. At Gutena, we are following that principles. The designing principles which we are following is extend the core block as much as possible, build on top of that. and you can do that as well. And then we talked about block-first approach in the beginning. A block-first approach gives you an opportunity to be a block-first plugin, so the end goal is to completely differentiate yourself from other traditional plugins. I'm not saying that traditional plugins are bad or something. I'm saying this is a new era. Think about in those lines rather than thinking about the legacy ways or the traditional ways. And then build feature parity. This is also extremely important. When you are telling that this contact form, go and use this contact form, people will expect a lot of things from that contact form, which they have been used to anyway, traditionally. So it will be difficult, but you will be able to achieve feature parity. So understand how they are using traditional plugins, and what are some of the features you can import into your block plugin. So that is feature parity. So this unlocks some of the amazing possibilities once you know. So far we have learned what are traditional plugins, how are block plugins different, and how to think about in this new block first era. So this slide is one of the best slides in my presentation. This talks about democratizing design, which is what WordPress is all about now. So we have a block editor, we have block themes, we have block plugins. So what you can do? Previously, you had to build a custom theme to design. So the end goal is to design a website, right? Or design an experience, design a solution, which was difficult for a non-coder. Even for a coder, it took a lot of time to design. So design, and then code, and then there is an end result, which took a lot of time. But if you design something on Figma, you just design and deliver it. But that Figma is a design, right? It doesn't function. So going for functional design is what these three things enable you. You already have a block editor, an awesome block editor bundled inside WordPress. I know not a lot of folks are very much into block editor. They have their own opinion about it. I have my own. I think this is going to change how we use WordPress. And then we have block themes, which don't need no coding. So you can develop block themes as much as you want. You just need a good design sense. And then you can build block plugins, as I said, if you need one. Once you have all these three key components, you can build any kind of experience, any kind of solution, any website. That's where at InstaWP, which we are running right now, is we are creating a store. And this store is going to change the way we look at themes in general. So we know about various theme marketplaces. They sell themes. And that era is over already, after the page builder have come to the market. And now in the block world, that era is completely gone, as per my humble opinion. If you are able to build a good template, a good design, which a business can use, let's say a car shop, a dog, a pet shop, or any kind of business, if you can design those templates really quickly, really easily, you should be able to just export it and sell it somewhere. And that's what InstaWP store is all about. So the era of creating WordPress theme is over. Combination of theme, block, and with the editor can accomplish almost anything because it's being developed, right? The block editor is getting evolved day by day. A new market is emerging, is my point. You can use InstaWP to offer demos of your product. So if you have a traditional plugin, if you have even in this case a block plugin, you can use a free account on Insta, offer a demo to your plugins. There is a nice shortcut which we have built. If you replace WordPress.org, WordPress.org is not replaceable, but if you replace that in the URL with instawp.io, you will automatically get a WordPress site with your plugin installed in it, so that people can experience your plugin. And there is no registration required. It is completely free. So this is actually a big point about building audience. When you're building audience, you want to show them a demo. They may say, OK, I have to install this plugin in my WordPress. It may take time. There is a friction around it. So this gives you an opportunity to show your demo. Easy to try. These are all sandbox environments. You don't need to worry about setting up a server. Everything is all set up. All right, so I prepared for a 15-minute talk. So, this is my closing argument. Find early adopters. This is key, guys. If you don't know how to find early adopters, there are some things which is really easy to do. Go to various Facebook groups. Post, this is what I have built. Go to Reddit. Post, this is what I have built. Can you guys give it a shot? Post your zip file link. Post your WordPress repo link if it is already approved, or the InstaWP link. Anything is fine, as long as you are able to find those early adopters who want to try the plugin. And believe me, there are many early adopters who want to try these things because they believe in the block editor. They believe in the Gutenberg project, which is for the next, like I think 7 to 8 years, is still remaining in that project. So think block first. Don't think traditionally. Don't go on the popular plugins and then copy them. Instead, think, go to the, I should not say this, but go to the modern editors like Wix or Webflow and copy them instead, because they are providing an experience. And that's what we are all about. It's providing experience to the user, so it becomes an easier pathway for them to, onboard to WordPress. Experience before functionality is the same thing. Design before code. So if you are not a designer, if you are a coder, you can copy design ideas from others. As I said, go to Wix, go to Webflow, go to Dribble, go to Behance, search for contact forms, see those designs, and then copy them instead. And then think about your code. And then you will have a successful plugin business. I'm 100% sure. So I hope I was able to change an opinion, if you had one, about how do I go about building a plugin business in the world where there are 60,000 plugins on the market. All the big companies are dominating it. I am 100% sure there will be a company in the next 1 or 2 years who will be dominating others based on the block editor, based on the block world. So I hope this presentation was useful. Thank you for attending. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Vikas. Do we have any questions? One.
Hey.
Mics. Anybody next?
Hi, thank you for the talk.
Yeah.
Is it possible to just activate single plugins? For example, we're an agency and we do a lot of blocks for clients.
Yeah.
To just activate them for all the clients? So not the global repository, but just to activate specific blocks that they can search, but just the ones that we want.
So every single block plugin is a plugin in itself. So it's not a part of a bundle. So you can activate it on client side without a problem. So if you want to activate on a multi-site, is that a question?
Well, just different kind of sites that we are running, that we say, okay, well, we want to have a single post block that they can choose their post type, for example, and one of the specific posts of that post, that we can say, okay, we want to build this centrally for our clients, and when they go and search into the blocks, they can find it. So. Okay,
so you want to enable some list of approved block plugins for a client, something like that, right?
Something like that. So yeah.
Yeah. So if you do enable them, they will find that in the block inserter, and then they can drag and drop.
Okay. So if we just add them as a plugin into the
that's
WordPress.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, they're just another regular plugin in the plugin sense, but then if you enable them, you have to find them inside the block editor.
Next. Vikas, where would somebody get started if they wanted to build a plugin? Where would be the first step?
I think WordPress.org has an excellent handbook on the block editor. First, if you're new to block editor world, first go and understand that, what all the various components involved there. And there is a great tutorial on how to build your first block. All the tools are listed, all the development tools are listed. You can go and get started. I think I forgot to put a link here, but I will be happy to share after the. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes. And then, so second one first.
what's the process for submitting your single block to the block repository? Is it quite different to submitting a plugin?
There are 2 steps involved. First is getting the plugin approved in the repository, which is like which has been a process so far. So you go to the plugin repo, search for or Google WordPress plugin add, and then you will find a link where you can upload a zip file. So when you upload a zip file, they approve it, and once you get an approval, you can submit. You will get a link of your WordPress plugin, and then you can copy that link and go to the block submission link, where you will have to just submit your WordPress repo link, and there is no approval for that. So the second step has no approval. Just click on OK, and it becomes a block plugin.
So it doesn't get approved like a normal plugin would through the...
Sorry? I can't hear you.
So it wouldn't go through the traditional kind of plugin route, or is that like where it gets approved, where it gets code reviewed and stuff?
While approving, they don't check if you are submitting a block plugin.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I can hear you without the mic.
Hello? Okay, now.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the talk. You were talking about building like a suite of blocks,
Yeah.
but then also distributing it, single blocks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a strategy for doing that from the development perspective?
So I can talk about the strategy which we used. The reason why we went for single-use block plugin individually for a specific purpose, let's say contact form, or tabs, or testimonial, or slider, is the reason because they can find us inside the block editor. Once they find us, they are actually able to use our plugin in an easier way. And then we are sending them to our bundle plugin. But you don't have to use this approach. The reason, as I said, the reason why I use this approach is for discoverability inside the block inserter. If you use like a cadence kind of approach, where you're building a block library, then you will be submitting yourself as a traditional plugin, and it will not be a block plugin. It will not come inside, it will not show up inside the block inserter when you search for it. It will come when you have activated it, installed it, and activated it. The block will come, but actual suggestions from the repo will not come. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was thinking more of like, how do you handle it? Like, is it a mono repo that then branches out into, the single block?
Oh, you mean technically? Yeah, that's
exactly.
a good question. What we have done is we have used Git submodules to bundle all, because we don't want to do multiple development on this branch and that branch. So each individual plugins are separate Git repo, and those are merged into a master repo with Git submodules.
Okay, yeah, I think that answers it.
And on the master plugin, we automatically detect what are these single-use block plugins and then load them inside the block editor.
Okay, so the suite contains all of them, right? And
Exactly.
It loads all of
It's the
them.
same code.
Okay.
It's just bundled together.
Exactly.
And it is
Okay.
actually online on GitHub. If you search for Gutena kit,
All right.
you will find them. So you can actually see the code.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Oh, very, very top. Who's got it? Okay.
I think you can just
Whoever, yeah.
say without the mic.
So thanks.
Hey.
Is the technology behind blocks still evolving? Are there any major changes to expect? So if we now start developing a block and 2 years later have to develop new or so?
I think, okay. Is the question about stability of development process? Oh, okay. So I think that has been a complaint in the past. Every time there is a new release of Gutenberg or WordPress, there is some kind of major change on how you are developing, and then you have to do a lot of development. But that, I think, is past already. Budget is here. I think she can answer a little bit more on that. But as per my knowledge, there is not a lot of breaking changes seen nowadays, and it is pretty stable. So we don't expect a lot of changes which will hamper our development process. So it's pretty stable. Yeah, you can rely on that.
Yes.
I was wondering, do you have statistics on how many websites that are using like Gutenberg editor and blocks versus like Elementor Beaver Builder? And then, sorry, and just to follow up with that would be, on my side, clients, they find it difficult to use the editor to edit themselves. So when I look at Gutenberg editor and blocks, and then looking at Beaver Builder, it's easier for them to understand Beaver Builder. Do you see a future with that on the client side? Because on a development side, a coder can understand it, but I think on a client side, that's the most important.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question. I don't have specific statistics on other page builders. You can see their active installations. I think they are in millions. But for the block editor, I think there are about 2+% of users who are using the. I may be wrong, so I don't have the specific percentage on that. But I do have an opinion on the follow-up question. When you train a client on a specific page builder, they become comfortable with that. It may be Elementor, it may be Beaver Builder. Have you seen specific problems by using block editor? Is it too complex? Is it, or they're already trained on a specific editor, so it is a learning process for them?
So yeah, definitely with the blocks, in their head, they're not designers or developers. So when they have to design something, if they can visually drag and drop it, and that's kind of where Beaver Builder is, I think, way ahead, is that they can easily create something or save out rows, columns, all sorts of things like that. They also have a responsive editor, so they can see the tablet as well as mobile view. So, if they go from that or try to learn on blocks or try to lay something on blocks, they're usually coming back to us to create that page, which is fine, but in our sense, we do a lot of management plans, so we include that. So we try to not, have the client have to come back to us for everything that they can't figure out.
All right, makes sense. I think Beaver Builder and other page builders have a lot of time in their hands to build those kind of experience in the past couple of years. And Gutenberg and block editor is comparatively new. And every release, you will find a new improvement which will help the end user use it. I think this is one of the biggest challenge right now. And I think the WordPress team as a whole, or the community as a whole, is focusing on that. So I don't have a specific answer to solve that right away, but I believe in the project that they are going to solve it as the time passes.
And that's where I think some opportunity can come in, like having that responsive editor or something that can be built in blocks that can...
Exactly, and some of the blog, sorry to interrupt you, some of the blog plugin authors are going in that route. So even they are using the block editor, you don't necessarily need to use block principles, right? The core principles. Like, for example, some of the block editors have provided their own mobile, tablet, and responsive settings, which the block editor believes in more fluid settings. So they have provided these kind of responsive breakpoints, which we have been comfortable with over the years, right? So this is the approach you can take. It's as I said, means learn about your audience. If they are more comfortable with breakpoints than fluidity, go for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
At least there are some questions.
Yeah.
We thought there will be no question, and we prepared one.
Yes, exactly. Well,
Thank you.
that wraps us up. Thank you guys so much for coming out. First session, day 2. That's a big deal. So congratulations for coming to session 9. And by 9, I mean 9 a.m. But that wraps up our sesh. So you guys are free to go. There'll be quite a break in between now and the next session. And thank you so much. Thank you, Vikas.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for attending, guys.
Morning. Come on in. And pardon my voice. I have lost it, and I lose it at every WordCamp ever because I don't be quiet, and I love to talk. So excuse that. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm Raquel, and I'm the community manager for Elegant Themes. Welcome to Saturday, WordCamp Europe 2023. Did anybody go to any of the festivities last night? One? I know you guys were there. I saw you. I went to 4, which is why I can't talk. So we've got a lot in store for you guys. Day 1 was wonderful, but day 2 is amazing. Tonight we have our after party, official after party. You definitely want to make sure to catch that. It starts at 8:30 p.m. and it's at Lohan Athens nightclub. Be sure to check out our expo. All the sponsors would love to see your faces. They would love for you to come to their booths and engage in conversation with them. So be sure to do that. And we have lunch. Your dietary issues and needs will be taken care of, so don't forget to check that out. And that's pretty much it for our announcements. We're going to go ahead and get started. Everybody, we've got Lindsay. I'm sorry, oh my gosh. I was totally thinking Lohan, and I was going to say Lindsay Lohan. Wow. Wow. Louise Towler, and we're going to talk about digital sustainability and the benefits for business and environment. Everyone give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. So, good morning. I'm Louise Towler, founder of Indigo Tree. I've got 3 decades of experience in software and website development, and I'm really driven by a passion for the very best combination of technology, sustainability, and business excellence. And last year, I was delighted to be named by Innovate UK as one of their Women in Innovation Award winners. So, did you know? If the internet was a country, it'd be the 4th largest polluter. This is from a study in 2021, and is something we should all be helping to change. In this talk, I'm going to start with an introduction into to the legal and commercial reasons why all organisations should be thinking about digital sustainability and the carbon footprint of their IT and their websites. And then I'm going to go through the various stages when creating a website, and as part of this, I've got 10 actions to share with you today. And finally, I'll summarise the commercial benefits of why you should all be starting now. So first, why? What's been going on? Well, in December 2015, 196 countries came together with the United Nations and signed the Paris Agreement. This was the first global and binding climate treaty to try and keep the global rise in temperature to 2 degrees compared to pre-industrial levels, and ideally 1.5 degrees. Since then, they've held an annual Conference of the Parties, COP. Later this year, it's being held in Dubai. For everyone involved who's a signatory to that agreement, and at these meetings, each member's progress is reviewed and assessed. But quite frankly, we're not doing enough. So later this year, Europe is bringing in new border import taxes for certain goods. They're really sort of what you call industrial dirty goods, very carbon intensive in their manufacturing, at great risk of carbon leakage, things like cement and iron and steel and aluminium and fertilizers. And they're bringing in these import taxes for those things, but there are plans in place to widen the scope of this to more imports over the next few years. So although most people, if not all of you in the room, won't be affected by these specific taxes, it's likely that your organisation or some of your clients may well be in the future. In the UK, we were the first country to make it a legal duty to meet the requirements of the Paris Agreement. It's in law that our government has to do it. Our government's not just wanting to reduce emissions, they also have targets to reduce demand as well. At the moment, only very large organisations have mandatory reporting requirements in the UK. But this will trickle down to small and medium-sized businesses before the end of this decade. I can quite envisage by the end of the decade, as well as doing my annual tax return, reporting my turnover and my profits, I might well be having to do a carbon return as well. When you hear people talking about reporting, they'll often mention Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. This comes from some standards called the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. The diagram here shows all the greenhouse gases. It's not just carbon dioxide, there's methane and refrigerants that contribute to climate change as well. And the emissions from our activity are split into 3 scopes for reporting reasons. Scope 1 is your direct consumption of fuel oil and gas. It's things like company cars and your gas heating and the actual consumption of the things that are polluting the environment. And we can normally measure this because if you have a company car, you'll know how much petrol you're buying or how much diesel you're buying. Scope 2 is your indirect emissions, for example, when you buy your electricity. And again, it's fairly straightforward to measure because if you're like me and you have a small office, you'll have an electricity bill. You'll know how many kilowatt hours of electricity that you've used. Scope 3, this is the really tricky bit. And for some organisations, it can be of the vast majority of their emissions. I saw an article a couple of days ago, Etsy have started measuring their emissions. 99% of their emissions are Scope 3 emissions. For an average business, it's way over 80%, unless you're a manufacturing business. And this is where your IT and your website fits. Upstream is all the things you have to purchase and do and pre-process, sort of cradle to gate to make the thing that you sell. And then downstream is the distribution, storage, and it also includes the carbon footprint whilst your product and service is being used. So if you have a website, it's all your clients' websites, if you're an agency like us. That is included in our Scope 3. And then it's the end of life. What does it take to decommission that thing? So this is all very theoretical, and it's all very well talking about laws and standards, but what about commercial drivers? Businesses are actually not waiting for governments at this point. In the UK, the Advertising Standards Authority and the Committee for Advertising Practice have recently updated their guidance to try and clear up some of the confusion over sustainability claims, especially around the use of terms like carbon neutral and net zero, because there's been a real backlash against consumers with a lack of trust and greenwashing. So if you're going to make those sorts of claims, you now have to supply evidence to support those green claims. You can't just say that you're carbon neutral. You have to actually show that you are by measuring it and then offsetting it. And environmental, social and governance strategy is going to become more and more crucial for finance, especially with access to finance if you're a larger organisation. Why would I lend you money if your operations are not going to be sustainable in 5, 10 or 15 years' time? It's just not a good bet. Investors now are looking for answers when considering investing for the longer term. And certainly some of the pension funds and people like that are starting to have that as part of their questions that they're asking before they will invest. And then there's where you fit in the supply chain. I attended a meetup a couple of weeks ago held at UBS Bank in central London. They're a global bank. They have a sustainability guild with some volunteers working on reducing their carbon footprint for IT across their operations. And ESG is a real priority for them, and they're really genuinely trying. But more urgently than all the little things people are trying to do, the traders and their finance people and the people who are selling their services are starting to get real questions and pressure from clients on the specific results that all these great things they're doing actually are, and see the measured reduction and reporting in place. Their ESG manager in the UK is literally getting questions about it from people who aren't willing to work with them unless they can answer those questions. And companies are not waiting for the governments and regulation. Tesco, again, I'm basing it, they're a UK company, but they're one of the world's largest retailers. They have more than 6,000 outlets across Europe and Asia, millions of customers every week. In October 2021, they sent a letter to all of their suppliers. If you want to continue to be a supplier to Tesco, you must do these 4 things now. Our National Health Service in the UK is also not actually even waiting for our government. From April this year, all contracts above 5 million, the NHS expects suppliers to publish a carbon reduction plan for their Scope 1, 2 emissions and some of their Scope 3s. From April 2024, it will cover all procurement of any value. If you want to supply the NHS, you have to have a carbon reduction plan. From April 2027, it will cover all Scope 3 emissions. And from April 2028, all individual products supplied to the NHS will be expected to have their carbon footprint calculated. And that includes websites and software and digital services. There's a massive amount of work to do to meet those mandatory requirements. So where on earth do you start with your IT and your website? Well, you can't manage what you can't measure. So everything starts with a plan. Talk to your clients, talk to your internal stakeholders, so they understand why you're making choices as you build or adapt the website that you're working on. My first piece of advice is to start with education. As what we found when we're talking to our clients is that many people simply do not realize that their website even has a carbon footprint. They don't think about the fact that electricity is produced from fuel which can emit greenhouse gases. When a user requests a web page, the hosting server returns data to their browser. When you send an email, this takes electricity. The electricity is at the data center, it's through the wires, it's on the device that you're looking at the page on. So actually, one of the things you can do is think about how you can reduce the amount of data sent, as this will reduce the amount of electricity required. A new website project normally starts with some design. An accessible site tends to use a bit less data as you tend to have smaller images and text isn't embedded in images. So one of the things we try and always do is make the site accessible, make sure it's as text-rich as possible. But think about, why do you need all those images, videos and fonts? Do you really need all of them? Are they serving a good purpose? And design your emails really carefully. Do they need loads of images? So my action number 2 is to optimize your images. Now, if you're here today as a designer or developer and you've heard of things like Core Web Vitals, this won't be a new thing for you. There are some great WordPress plugins you can use to help with image optimization. We often use things like TinyPNG. We serve images on WebP you can use the new WordPress Performance plugin to help. You can use a CDN, such as Cloudflare. You can make sure you're sizing and scaling your images in your theme from the media library. So even if you load up a really large image into your media library, it's saving out all the different sizes that are required for the different breakpoints. So you're not, on your mobile phone, serving that really large image. You're serving one that's the right size for the device. You can also lazy load your images so that when you first come onto the page, images aren't loaded if they're not in the viewport. If a user doesn't scroll down the page, those images won't be loaded. And don't pull in things like third-party icon libraries just because you need one social media icon in the footer of your website. Just use an SVG file. For action 3, I recommend reviewing how you use video in your design. Really, really try to persuade your client or stakeholder not to have a video auto-playing in the banner, right at the top of the page. If they insist, can you turn it off for mobile and replace with an image, appropriately sized and optimized, of course? Most browsers don't autoplay videos embedded on a page now anyway. But if you're adding video directly, use the poster attribute to put an image in front of it, and at that point the video will only be downloaded when the poster is actually clicked on. And the same if you're adding a video via YouTube or Vimeo, for example, make sure you have a facade image in place, and there are plugins that can help with that. Only when the image is clicked will the video download, so if nobody clicks the image, they won't be downloading that extra data. And if the video is not part of the initial viewport as the page is loaded, you can lazy load those facade images as well. My next action is for fonts. Now, I appreciate the fact that if you're a designer in the room, it might be a bit controversial, but do you really need 4 fonts in 5 weights and different styles? Can you turn off the variations of the fonts and the subsetting if the site isn't multilingual? Can you just literally limit it to the characters that you need to deliver the site? We often design really lovely websites with maybe 1 or 2 fonts and a couple of weights and styles. You don't have to compromise, you just have to think about it. And then self-host the font files as part of your theme, because then you can cache things. And again, there's WordPress plugins that can help with this. And check the formats WOOF too. Being a bit geeky, it uses Brotli compression, which is about 30% better than the previous version. Google on their web.dev website has a really, really great article to help with this. It's really straightforward to actually make quite a significant difference if you work on the fonts that you're using on the pages of your website. And action number 5 is think about your email, especially if you're running a transactional website with things like WooCommerce, you're sending out a lot of transactional emails to your customers. It's quite tricky to calculate the carbon footprint of an email. According to the Carbon Literacy Trust, an average email has a carbon footprint of between 0.3 of a gram, if it's sort of just a text spammy email, and then it can be up to 26 grams if you send out an email marketing blast to 100 people. But my advice is, really consider whether you need images in your email, and if you do, how large they need to be. Can you get away with a plain text email? Because actually you might also get better deliverability as well. It'll get through the spam checkers a bit better. So what can you do when you're developing your website? Well, if you're going to start with an existing theme, choose wisely. On a simple brochure or lead generation site, you do not need an all-singing, all-dancing theme compatible with every possible e-commerce event and form plugin on the planet. All that extra code that's included by the theme author to make those plugins look really great adds data as you're using the theme. And you can, in some themes, turn that sort of stuff off, but it can be quite tricky and time-consuming to do. If you have the skills and budget, I believe it's better to build the theme yourself. You have a lot more control to optimize your code, and you only include what you need. So my action number 6 is to look at the code loaded for each of your pages or templates. We all use WordPress plugins to add features, but if your Google Map is only on your contact page, don't load the Google Maps API on every single page on your website. Or replace the map with an image linking out to Google Maps, because actually for your visitors that will be perfectly fine. The same goes for your inquiry forms. If you don't have a form on every page, why have the form plugin loading all the code? There are WordPress plugins, such as Perf Matters, that we use with our clients to customize what scripts and files are loaded on each specific page. It's really easy to exclude scripts for all pages but the ones that are really needed. It's a great way of improving the performance of your site. And don't forget to implement caching so assets aren't downloaded more than once as visitors browse through your website. My 7th action is to help your developers and engineers write sustainable code. The Green Software Foundation has a free course which you can incorporate into your education and training and your KPIs. And the Linux Foundation offers this course with an exam and a certificate. It's a really interesting course. It doesn't take very long to do, and it gives you a great grounding on what all the basic concepts are around sustainable code and software and applications. So you've built your shiny new website, but have you considered where it's going to be hosted? The data center you choose makes a really big difference to the overall carbon footprint of your website. The Green Web Foundation, again, has a great tool for checking if your hosting is using green energy to run the data center. We host with WP Engine and use Cloudflare as a CDN, so I'm confident we're in a great place with our website. You can just go and check what's the score. My next action may not be relevant to everyone here, but sometimes websites and software applications are processing batch jobs, often overnight or at regular intervals. Think about the timing of these. They may not be affecting the end user of your website, but still require processing power on your server. As some background here, if you're connected to the power grid, you can't control what sources supply your electricity. It varies by location. Some countries have more renewables than others. It also changes over the time of year. A windy, sunny day is great for renewable energy sources in the UK. A cloudy day, not so good. And by the time of day, as energy demand fluctuates, especially in the early evening, it can really spike. So we use the National Grid Carbon Intensity Calculator in the API, and their API to look at when the energy is cleanest. What time is another useful resource with an API. Can you build something into your code to actually affect the timing of those batch jobs? Even 15 minutes or half an hour can make quite a big difference. So you've launched your website on green hosting, and it's designed and built to use less data and have a lower carbon footprint. Then what? Well, often at this point, the website is handed over to content editors and marketing teams. They may decide to replace that static image you so carefully optimized with a large video. They may not realize they can choose the size of the image in the block editor they've uploaded to the media library. They may not appreciate why it's taking a few seconds for that page to load. They could be planning an amazing marketing campaign, and because you've built your shiny new site in the block editor, it's really simple for them to create a great landing page. But have they checked the size of their new page when they're planning their campaign, where hundreds or even thousands of people will be clicking on that viral social media link or advert? So my final piece of advice is to continuously monitor your site and identify areas where you can make further improvements. Check where those improvements will have the greatest impact on the carbon footprint of the site. And you could even set a carbon budget with your team. So the result of all your hard work and benefits to your client and organization, well, if you start to act on some of these things and reduce the carbon footprint of your website, then it will be faster. And each page will have a lower carbon footprint per visit. And that's great news for your visitors and customers. In the UK, we have a lot of people on fixed and limited data plans. If your website uses less data, it will cost them less money to visit your site. We work with some schools in deprived areas, and they're always interested in the link between data and cost to parents to access the school website that their children go to on their mobile phone. And we actually had an instance during COVID where one of our clients wanted that big video on the banner on their homepage. We explained the impact that would have, and they made a very conscious decision to go with a static image because of the amount of data that the parents of children at their school would have to be downloading and using on their mobile phone when they visited the site. And if you have a global market, then reducing this data makes the site faster on 3G and low-feature phones. Do not assume all of your website visitors have the latest phone and a 5G connection. Being a sustainable business helps you to connect with your customers, increasing profits. Making a clear commitment to reducing your carbon footprint often means a greater efficiency, as you find ways to improve your operations, internal processes across your organization. Setting targets, looking at your suppliers, identifying improvements, creates a culture. It gets employees excited about innovation and then can actually improve employee engagement and satisfaction as well. And finally, clear commitments and measurement lowers the risk and gives investors confidence. But more important than the legislation and the commercial reasons are the moral ones. In total, the global north is responsible for 92% of excess global carbon emissions from the overuse of fossil fuels. So we actually have a critical role to play. No single action will stop climate change, but we should all play a part. I'm Louise Towler, the founder of WordPress agency Indigo Tree. Thank you for listening. There's a lot to do here, and I'd love to connect with all of you in the audience if you've enjoyed this talk. Canopy is our soon-to-be-launched WordPress extension to help you continuously measure the carbon footprint of your website. So come and find me if you'd like to find out some more. Thank you.
Thanks, Louise. That was amazing. Very educating. Do we have any questions for Louise?
Stunned into silence.
Wow. There's so many. Right here. We got mics? Here we come. Right there.
Hi. I will have a question around the communication with your clients before you even start a project. So obviously, while you're doing it, you can educate them. But I've often found that when talking to potential clients, some of them who don't understand the importance of the green website, they sort of want a website with all bells and whistles, and they think it's going to compromise on design or quality, and obviously you can assure them otherwise, but they don't want to pay an extra budget or anything because they're saying, oh, it must cost more money because it takes more time. I just want to done it quick as possible. How would you have that conversation with them to obviously convince them that it is in their best interest to do that? Because most of the time they're just sort of, we don't seem to have clients that are that interested and see the importance of it.
I talk about core web vitals. Because whether or not they give a stuff about the planet, they're going to care about whether they're in Google. So if you make the website fast, all other things being equal, hopefully that will help with your Google rankings. And then at that point, the commercial drivers are the fact that they'll get better conversions. They won't have people sitting on their mobile phone losing the will to live, waiting for the website to load. And I'd find some stats about performance and speed and talk about it from a conversion and profit perspective and not worry about the planet, but feel good about the fact that you're helping the planet as well along the way. And then when they do need to do their mandatory carbon reporting, you can be there to say, hey, actually, we can help you with that too. And by the way, you've already got quite a low carbon website.
Okay, yeah, because I think that obviously most people talk about the core web vitals and the performance, and they would usually respond with, well, shouldn't a website agency be concentrating on that anyway? And so obviously if you're an agency who does practice sustainable web design and that's kind of one of your core values, then obviously you're going to be doing that in all your messaging. And I just want to try and work out how, yes, we could talk about it from a performance perspective, but like you said, every business likes performance, but I would love to, obviously, like you've been educating everyone on the importance of what it does to the environment. That's the messaging I'm trying to get through to them. And obviously we can convince them about performance, but how do we convince them about, the impact on the environment? And I guess, it's just trying to bridge that gap and get them to understand it.
I think it is about educating the content editors. We did 12 one-hour interviews with content editors of our clients, and most of them didn't have a Scooby-Doo about accessibility or sustainability and didn't actually consider it when they were editing a website. If you're a busy marketing content editor, you've got that blog post to publish, and then you've got to get on with your busy day, managing your campaigns, doing your social media. So actually, I think it's an education piece. And especially depending on what generation they are, realistically, especially the youngsters, they do care. They have some intrinsic motivation. So it is about education, because it doesn't actually cost any more money to build a fast website than a slow website if you start with a plan and you explain why, in my opinion. You just have to actually start right from the beginning, and I wouldn't give them a choice, quite frankly. We don't give a choice to our clients about building a AA accessible website. They get it whether they like it or not, unless they get a bit funny about their colours and colour contrast.
Any other questions? We got one at the top, right over there. The very.
What kind of tools or methodologies do you use for evaluating like the current carbon impact of your website or your business?
The Green Software Foundation has some really interesting calculators. There's a website carbon calculator that you can just go on, and it will literally, you can put in the URL and it will tell you a number of grams of CO2 for this particular page being served. And then, obviously, as I say, we're launching Canopy, which will actually help do the continuous measurement. But if you want to just get a view of it, look at the pages that get the most traffic and go and measure it on an individual page level and work out which pages. And then use things like Core Web Vitals, because actually, you know, and I think GT Metrics is quite good, because that will give you the actual amount of kilobytes that the page is loading. Web Page Test have started to do some stuff. They've got a new reporting tool to measure the number of grams of CO2 for a particular page for a visit. But yeah, there's lots of things out there that can help, but you've got to do a little bit of work at the moment to actually measure it overall for a website. But actually, for a website, it is all about individual pages in the end, and sort of looking at when you make changes, what the impact is.
Next question. Oh my goodness. What have you found, Louise, like when you're addressing and doing auditing of sites, what do you find is the most easily solvable but neglected?
Videos and images, and a little bit of fonts. And then actually genuinely looking at what's loaded on each page, making sure that what's rendered on the page for the first viewport, you're just trying to keep it as low as possible, because not everybody will scroll down and then you're reducing it. But it's tricky. I mean, it's geeky and it's a bit technical, but I love that, so that's right up my street.
Any questions? You guys are quiet. Well, okay, then I guess that wraps up our session, second session of the morning. Everybody give Louise a big round of applause again.
Thank you.
Reminder that lunch is soon, and don't forget about the after party tonight. You guys have a good break. Morning, everybody. It's still morning. Yes. Doesn't feel like it. Welcome to WordCamp Europe 2023. Today is day 2. It is Saturday. How's everybody doing? Yes. I am impressed. I think it took 2 sessions to get that sort of response, so I think we're finally awake. Did anybody go have some fun at the host parties last night? Sponsor parties? Yeah. Oh, I heard that, William. I saw you. I went to 4 of the parties, and it was a lot of fun. It's probably why I don't have a voice anymore, but bear with me. Appreciate your grace for this voice. We got a great session for you guys coming up. Want to make a little bit of announcements first. We have lunch coming up pretty soon. We will accommodate all of our food needs. And if you need any help at any time and you see a blue t-shirt, there's several here. They are volunteers and can help you out. If they can help you out, they will find somebody who will. Another resource is our code of conduct. If anyone needs any help, it's real easy. You just go to it's europe.wordcamp.org/code-conduct. So really easy to go to. Also, volunteers can help you with that if there are any needs. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next session. We've got Javier Salinas. Come on. So, Javier joins us from Spain, España. He is a designer with more than 20 years of experience. He has worked in almost all areas related to visual creation, graphic design, web design, photography, cinema, series, oh my goodness, advertising, events, video art, etc. For the last decade, he has been working mainly in the educational sector. He is currently coordinator of innovation and audiovisual production at an important Spanish university. In this talk, we will see how we can use WordPress for the design and creation of immersive experiences, making use of custom blocks and open source libraries oriented to virtual reality development. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here with you to talk about how to build immersive experiences for the metaverse with WordPress. This is not a clickbait title. This is true. As she said, I'm Javier Salinas. I was born in the Canary Islands in Tenerife, Spain. I've been working as photographer, videographer, web designer, and graphic designer. And for the last years, in virtual reality, applied to educational sector. In 2008, as a web designer, I used to work with Flash. I think many of you know what Flash was. It was an amazing tool for designing websites, but it has a problem. It was very difficult to update the sites. You have to unpack all the site, make the changes, and upload it again. So then I discovered WordPress, and I have been working with WordPress since then. So the metaverse. I have a question. How many of you have played with virtual reality glasses? Oh, only a few. Only a few. Well, the metaverse, I have bad news. The metaverse today is nothing. Nothing but a marketing campaign. While I say that, what you see here is the search volume for the keyword metaverse in 2021. Before 2021, nobody was talking about that. Then in 2021, a social media company changed its name, so the interest rises. And then in 2022, the NFTs came to life. And then in 2023, the IA came to life, so the interest of the metaverse is going down. Maybe last week is going up again. But today, the problem is that many companies have spent a lot of money creating worlds or metaverses, their own metaverses, but worlds for brands, for companies, and not for people. But I have also good news. The metaverse is a fictitious virtual world or a collective and shared virtual space. This definition was written by Neil Stephenson, science fiction writer, in his novel Snow Crash from 1992. So the metaverse, today, it doesn't exist, but it's a long-term project. We are starting now to write this path. The futures of the metaverse. Metaverse is single. Many people talk about several metaverses, but this is not right. The metaverse is only one. It's like the internet we know today. The metaverse is universal. We can access from everywhere, every time, like the internet we know today. But the third one is the game-changing. It's immersive. If you have played with virtual reality glasses, the sensation of immersive website is unique. So we have to change our mind. We have to start to think on 3D spatial websites. Spatial computing is a term we just recently heard. And we have to change from 2D to 3D space. We have to break the two axes of our screens. We have the x-axis and the y-axis. And we have to think in a third one, is the z-axis. We have to change from shapes to form. It's a very different way of thinking how to design and build websites. So how can we make WordPress immersive? This is the main question. As I have been working with virtual reality, I have the idea to mix some technologies, some languages, and to start to design 3D websites. Many of you may know A-Frame. It's an open source library, 3.js based framework for building immersive web experiences. It has a couple of years, but it's very interesting because with a very few lines of code, we can do 3D websites. But it has a problem, the same problem that Flash had in those days. It's very difficult to update the site because it's pure code. You have to edit the code and upload it again. So it's very simple, as you see here. We have a library, main library, a script, and then we open a tag, a scene, and inside this scene we put our content. Okay, this is a basic scene. You can see in 3D space, but it's immersive, this scene. Okay. So I started to think that it has some similitudes with WordPress. For example, in WordPress, we have the themes and plugins, and in A-Frame, we have the libraries. This adds our extra functionalities. In WordPress, we have the posts and the pages, and in A-Frame, we have the scenes. This is the publication type. And in WordPress, in Gutenberg, we have the blocks, and in A-Frame, we have entities, that is our content. Okay? So we can combine the power of A-Frame with the flexibility of the WordPress CMS to design and build immersive websites. So let's make an experiment. This is only idea, it's a moonshot, it's hope and inspiration for the future, but it's also an opportunity for designers and for developers and for WordPress to build this future. So the first thing we have to do is to add this functionality, these A-Frame functionalities. We have to insert the latest version of our A-Frame library in the header of our site. How can we do that? With a simple function. Here you have the first line of a plugin I'm writing from weeks ago. My first attempt was a theme, but I think a plugin is a better approach for that. So we load the library in our header with this simple function. The second thing we have to do is to create a custom post type. I have tried to do this. We have to name the custom post type scene. It has to be compatible with Gutenberg, and we have to add this tag at the beginning of our content. Again, we use a function to do that, simple function to add our tag in the content. So we have the opening tag, then the content, and the closing tag. Pretty simple. And the third thing we have to do is to add the content elements. We can use our custom plugins. I have tried. I failed because it's very tricky, you may know, to have custom plugins. But there are a lot of plugins in the plugins repository to do that. We have to create our own elements, our own entities for inserting as content, okay? We have all these entities in a frame. We have, of course, shapes like boxes, circles, spheres, cylinders. We also have 3D models. We have cameras, we have lights, and all these elements, we can use them to build our scenes. How can we insert content in our scene? For example, here we have an e-box, an entity called box. You have all these attributes for this element, okay? And this will be the code to insert it. With our custom blocks, I'm adding here in this example only 3 attributes: position, rotation, and color. Position and rotation are y-axis and z-axis. And the color is a simple color picker. The resulting code is like many shortcodes in WordPress. So we have our first entity, our first content type. After creating custom blocks, we can add more. We can add cylinders, as we saw before. We can add spheres. We can add planes. So we have this basic scene, again, but with our new system. We can also add rectangular images for making skies. We can add video sources, and we can add lights to lighten our scene. Each of these elements have its own properties. Okay, like for example, as the rotation, as the color, WordPress to allow us to upload these models. To the models, we can add shadows, reflections, and rotations with simple coordinates, simple tags. We can edit our models and customize it. And of course, we can add motion controls. You may know that virtual reality headsets has motion controls for hand tracking, and of course for interact with the environment, because it's not a dead environment. We have it to be interactively, okay? And our Gutenberg editor will look like this. We have at the left the list of elements, and at the right we have our custom elements with its own properties. It's pretty simple to edit it, save again, and we have our site updated. We have solved the problem that we had before with A-frame. We are using the WordPress database to store all this information, to update it, and then to paint on the front page. But combining all those elements is possible to build much more complex scene. You may know that adding 3D models, editing lightings, cameras, we can build these worlds. In 2021, from WordPress Spain, we did that WordCamp late night show. It was a live streaming program, and I could work there making a 3D TV scenario. And I had the idea to replicate this with this, that scenario with this method. And what you see here, this is a WordPress page. This is made everything with that method. As you see, we have a floor, we have lights, we have 3D models, the sofa, we have a video source, and this scene is interactive. The media gallery will look like this. We have all these 3D elements uploaded. We can edit them, we can swap them, we can change, upload new. And the Gutenberg editor will look like this. We have the list of elements, and at the right we have all our elements that we can combine as we like. I should have the opportunity to do a live demo. It has not been possible, but it works also for WooCommerce. Last month, I did a test for a 3D e-commerce shop where you have the 3D products. You can touch them. You can add them to the cart. You can, of course, buy them. And with the glasses, it's really impressive because of the immersion. And I think maybe in 10 years, it's very difficult to say, but 3D webs will be more common than today. So we have to keep an eye on this, and I hope you can try and be a success. Thank you very much. If you have any question.
That was really, like, caught me off guard. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have any questions to start off? Right here, William. Got a mic?
Where's the microphone?
The mic is coming.
I just want to say good presentation. My question is related to what are your views on how the metaverse is actually going to affect the changes of web development for WordCamp conferences and WordPress itself? Because I'm in a similar field like you are, creating metaverse sites for WordCamp conferences itself, and I find that there isn't, I think, like a seriousness to it, or it really taken off now because of that.
It's very difficult to say. In the repository, there are some plugins for 3D. There are first attempts to do things with WordPress. I don't know really what it's going to be in some years, but I think it's a good opportunity because WordPress is spread all over the world, all over the internet, and I think the metaverse really is an evolution of the internet, how we know today. So we have to be there. We have to read. We have to test things. We have to talk to each other. We have to see what other people is making. For example, if you know Mozilla Hub, they have a couple of impressive 3D web demos. You have to look at that. It's amazing what these people is doing. And of course, we have today a problem. This bandwidth is very short, with stretch, but maybe in the future this will be not a problem. So it's really difficult, but we have to be there. I'm sure it's going to be serious. Not for all things, but I'm sure that for working, for studying, have a lot of potential.
Okay. Right. Thank you. I connected with you on Twitter, so I sent you a message on Twitter.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next question.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. Will you be able to manipulate with 3GS functions everything of this? Or is it a different... You didn't load the 3JS. You have to load it. It's codependent. Is there a dependency?
I know there are some plugins for editing 3D models, but yeah, the model, you have to upload it as it is. Maybe we can do a trick for changing textures, for example, or changing shadings. I have to try that, but now you have to upload the model as it is. But you can upload the model as it is, and then with the Lightning, for example, everything changes. So you can move it, you can scale it, you can do a lot of things. But yeah, the model you have to upload
so
as it is.
3GS doesn't have to be loaded. Is it on the same library? But because you showed only one JavaScript. Is everything inside?
Yeah, you upload the 3D models as images.
No. I mean the library you showed for the A.
Oh yeah, the library is only one line.
Just that.
Yeah,
no
just
3GS.
that. No, just that.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, the
Because
first
huge,
thing was
you know?
like, this is going to be work. This is not going to be work, but yes, it works. It's only one line. If you get into the A-frame code, it's a huge library.
Yeah.
But from WordPress, only with this line on the header, you have all the functionalities of A-frame. And it's curious because even you have one theme or another, it paints the 3D web in front of what you have in WordPress. It's very curious. Yeah. Yes, it's impressive. And only with the tags.
Yeah, because 3GS is actually really huge. Yeah, there's so much to do with it.
A lot of information. Yeah. There's a lot of to do. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anybody is going to ask for the Apple Vision?
Hi, thanks for awesome talk. I have a question, very interested in your point of view from your experience. Maybe you know some current tools that connect AI with metaverse development, 3D development, and is there any current opportunities to connect it, and what future do you see from that perspective, from that angle?
Thank you for your question. The IA is an amazing tool for making 3D scenes. It's amazing that it knows what a frame is. You tell ChatGPT, write me as an A-frame scene, and it does. It's really amazing. You can use IA, for example, for writing this plugin, writing a scene, for example, but you have to know what to tell it to do. For example, at the university, we recommend to use ChatGPT only for things you know. If you don't know the answer, it can give you wrong information. But if you do the answer, you can use it to have more ideas, to develop more content, but you have to guide it what you want. It has a lot of potential. It's another thing that is here for staying. It's only 1 year, but it's amazing what we can do with IA. So maybe in 10 years, what could be? It's awesome. So we have to be there too, and to combine it. I think it's the time to start to make experiments and to mix things, because you can do very interesting things.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Sure, just ask.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, Siri. Did you illustrate all your slides, Javier? There was one slide that was it was just beautiful. Did you design that?
The experiment?
Yes.
The one of the experiment? No, this is a Midjourney image.
Oh, no worries.
Made with IA. And part of this code is made with IA. It's a guide, it's a help for the images, for example. You don't have copyright, so
absolutely.
It's beautiful. There were a lot of try before.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just curious.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. Hello from a fellow Tenerife neighbor. I'm glad that we have people doing this kind of stuff there. A question about the design of what you're presenting. It took us about a decade to create a responsive web design for the 2D websites. But what you're showing, it looks great on a big screen, but how do we accommodate, smartphones, tablets, anything else that they are existing and we have to know about them if we are about to make it, more popular. So how do you think about designing these 3D environments that will be, responsive, but also, fun to play with?
Okay, thank you. Obviously, immersive design is not responsive. But if you use a mobile phone or a tablet for a 3D website, you can use your gyroscope. So you turn and you see how the environment is changing. Okay, it's like a window through another place. So you turn and you see the back of the scenario. So in that way, it is responsive. It works on mobile phones. It was very good. But the main objective here is to be immersive. So this is really for virtual reality glasses. We are designing 360 environments that are the platform is virtual reality headsets. Now, not many people have the virtual reality glasses at home, but maybe in 10 years, it will be very common. So, and we have the last week a new presentation of another VR headset, and is populating now the idea of having this device at home. So this is really the platform. But it works on mobile phone, but not responsive as to the webs are, Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I think that wraps it up then. Oh, wait. I need to let you guys know that we have our first question for the card game. Is anybody playing the card game? Well, the first question is here, and that's, when and where was the first WordCamp? Are they supposed to answer me? Okay. That's the next question, though. So if you're playing the game, that's the next question. And otherwise, lunch is soon, but we got one more sesh, and everybody give a big round of applause for Javier.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, sorry.
Good morning, everybody. Wait, we are officially now good afternoon, and in Greek it's Iasu. Is that correct? Anybody in here? Iasas? Something like that? Well, good afternoon. Welcome to WordCamp Europe 2023. Today's Saturday. How's everybody doing? Yes? Thank you. I love that more people are coming in. Everybody is welcome. So happy to be here. I get the privilege to come to WordCamp Europe. This is my 4th time from the US. My name's Raquel, and I'm the community manager for Elegant Themes, Divi. So thank you guys for coming to James's talk. Before we get started, we have just a couple of announcements. Tonight is the after party. Starts at 8:30, and we hope everyone can make it. It's at the Athens Lohan nightclub. Make sure you bring your badge. Don't have to wear it, but you got to bring it. You got to put it in your back pocket and show it. We've got lots of volunteers here to help you if you guys need anything. If you see a blue shirt, feel free to ask at any time. They will do everything they can to get answers that you need. And after this is lunch, so make sure you take advantage of that. Now that I've given you guys some announcements, we're going to bring James on. James Giroux. I have to think about saying his last name correctly. So James is one of the most amazing humans I've met. I know James personally, and he's been long in WordPress. He's been in the community in WordPress around 15 years, and he has one of the kindest hearts of persons I've ever met, kindred souls, and James really deeply cares about humans and has passion projects, and one of them he'll talk to you a little about today. And with that, take it away, James.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I was on the flight over, and I don't know if you've ever had a talker who sits beside you on a plane, but I had one, and this was a 10-hour flight, so you can imagine how excited I was as an introvert to be stuck in the middle seat beside somebody who was a talker. But you know, as you do on these flights, he started out by asking me questions like, "Oh, what do you do? Where do you work?" That kind of stuff. And I said, "Oh, you know, like I'm in this ecosystem called WordPress, and what do I do? I'm starting this new thing. It's all about like people and culture and how we kind of are looking at that, and I'm going to a conference to do a presentation." And he goes, "Oh, that's very cool." Turns out he's the, I guess, like senior guy in a university in Florida, and he's got 50 people under him, and they're based all around the US now. He says that going remote was one of the hardest things that they've done as a company, and he had a lot to say about going remote. And honestly, listening to him was like seeing all of those horror stories that you hear about senior executives who promised to their teams that they would be able to go remote and then wants to bring them all back. He was telling me about how he's got like 5 employees that he doesn't even know what they do all day. You know, like, are they even working? I don't even know. I mean, I can tell when this person's working, so I need to bring them all back so that they can, you know, be working and that kind of stuff. And, you know, I'm sitting there, obviously, stuck, listening to him talk about this and reminding myself through that experience of why I want to do this kind of stuff and talk about this kind of stuff. I've got a couple of goals for today, and these are the things that I hope to accomplish in my talk, things I hope you take away, but I really want you to leave curious about your own team's experience. I want you to leave with permission to be more invested in your team's experience. And my real hope is that at this time next year, our teams are happier, healthier, and performing better than ever because you're more curious about your team's experience and you're more invested in your team's experience. You might be wondering why. Why should I even care about this? You know, WordPress is a really interesting ecosystem because a lot of the time you can start at any point, right? Anyone can do anything in WordPress. If you have an idea of something to create or something to fix on WordPress, you can start something, and all of a sudden you can make money from it. not only can you make money, you can build a team around it, right? And maybe that's the story of a lot of you. You started out, you built a project, or you did it for free and gave it away, and then all of a sudden you realized, oh no, people really like this, so you created a premium version. And then with the premium version, you realized, oh no, now I got to hire support staff. And then once you had support staff, you realized now you've got to hire marketing staff. And then from your marketing staff, you realized now you needed more developers and engineers. And all of a sudden, you, as this developer who just had this idea to fix something or to make something cool, are now responsible for this whole big team, right? It's crazy. And as I look at WordPress and where we are, we're 20 years old now. You know, many of us have been doing this for a little while. Some of us have been lucky enough to sell off to greener pastures. But this whole idea of building a team is maybe not something that you got into WordPress for, but you find yourself in the position of needing to think about it. So we're going to talk through something, and that's kind of why I did this, because the reality is that financial success doesn't really equal team success, right? And we've got a really great use case to look at that's outside of our ecosystem. Has anybody here been following what's been going on with the little blue bird? And it's a recent takeover by someone, and what the experience has been like. There are stories all over the internet of what it's like to work in that space now after a new leader came in. And now you might argue, you know, their ad revenue is down, but in terms of just revenue and financial success and team size, they've done it. They've made it, right? But just because they're generating revenue doesn't necessarily mean their team is happy, healthy, or that their culture is even sustainable. What got us here is not going to get us there. I think that's basically what I'm thinking about today. You know, as you are a leader in your team, as you're looking at all these things, you know, like what got you to where you are now is not going to help you get to where you need to go. If we want the next 20 years of WordPress to be amazing, we need companies that are willing to stick it out for the next 20 years and be around that long. I was reading some stuff on Shopify recently, and Shopify has this really interesting slogan, if you will, that they want to build a 100-year company. Can you imagine building a 100-year company? There aren't many of those around, but imagine WordPress full of 100-year companies, right? Like, what would you need to do as a team, as a culture, and your structure in order to make that possible? The future of WordPress isn't just about our ability to create great products, right? It's actually a lot more than that. It's about our ability to create great teams. That's kind of my thinking on it. And so how can we ensure that as our companies grow and succeed, our teams do too? That's the question that was really going around in my head when I decided to kick off this whole thing called Team WP. And the real issue was, as I started to look at this, I did what, you know, I'm a marketer by trade, so I did what most marketers do. I tried to find some data and see if there was anything out there that could help me understand what teams are going through in WordPress. And it turns out we just don't know enough. There's like no data about WordPress and what our employees and our companies are experiencing or feeling or going through. So I said, all right, well, let's have a go. Let's see if we can figure that out. So I launched something in February or April, I guess, called the Team Experience Index. The Team Experience Index was something that I wanted to give to WordPress. The idea was that if I could give team leaders, team managers some data-based insights on what their employees are experiencing, you would have some inspiration and some clear understanding of what comes next for you as you invest in your team. So, this slide. So here's some information on what we did. So we put it out there. We had around 293 responses come in. 50 plus companies participated in it, and the survey completion rate was about 20.5%. So I don't know if you've ever taken a survey, but this one was like 70 questions long. You're welcome. And it took people some time to fill out. Not much time, but when you tell somebody that it's like an actual 5 minutes, they think 1 minute. But no, this was like a real 5 minutes, like you had to actually think about things. But it was good. So thank you to everyone who participated and filled it out. Here's a little bit of information about it. We had some demographic questions that we asked. These were completely optional, so you did not have to fill it out. One of the really big things about collecting information like this is when you're asking people for feedback, especially about their employee experience, anonymity and confidentiality is really, really important. You're never going to get an honest answer from someone if they're worried that it's going to come back to them or if they're going to get found out. So we worked really hard to make sure that everything was anonymized, everything was randomized, and we will never disclose any individual response, but we will show you sort of the aggregate of what's going on. But we did ask some demographic questions to invite some people to share a little bit about where they're based or how they represent. And this is the results. One of the things that's really cool here, I don't know if you can see, is the male to female in self-disclosure. We had 65% female and 33% male. So an overabundance of women were willing to tell us that they were filling this out, which I thought was really cool and really brave. Because because I don't know if you know this, but it's really risky for people, especially women and people from historically underrepresented groups, to share feedback and do this kind of thing because they're the ones most at risk of having something happen and not be able to recover as quickly. So I was really excited about that. So thank you to everyone who was brave enough to disclose that. And here's a breakdown as well of where people were from. So about 55% were from North America. Europe was 16%, Asia was 22%, and then the rest of the world was around 7%. A little bit of information about who filled this in as well. So we had around 20% were from product companies. So that's plugins, themes, things like that. 34% are what I call logistics or hosting companies. And 47% were from agencies and service providers. As far as company size goes, it was pretty good split, but you can see the two big ones were the 11 to 29 category and the 300 plus category. Not everyone who filled it in the 300 plus category, by the way, was from a hosting company. There were a lot of agency people in there as well. Yeah, so there's that. And then the breakdown as well of who they were by company role. So senior leader, team manager, and team member. I thought this was really cool, actually, to see like senior leaders and team managers were as willing to fill in the survey as team members. When you're asking for feedback, sometimes it's the team member that's like, I am ready to, tell you how it is. And this is the result. So I developed this framework. It's called the Open Team Framework, and it has 8 different areas that we measure in. So transparent leadership, authentic purpose, candid communication, empowered ownership, collaborative decision-making, continuous learning, and inclusive culture. And so the global open team score, and so this is the average across all 8 areas, is 89. That's pretty high and worthy, I think, of a round of applause for the WordPress community. And to give you a little sense of how this data, I hope, is used, I worked with a team called Barn2 Plugins, and what we are able to do is plot their scores against the Open Team benchmark and show them where they're doing well compared to the community or compared to like the global sort of like ecosystem, and also where they have opportunities. And so this was their score, which was also amazing. So big, huge round of applause to Barn2 because like that's a great culture score. So now I want to talk through each of the 8 areas that we took a look at. And I've given quick little definitions here of what we mean by each of these, just to give you a sense. So transparent leadership is trustworthy, ethical, and communicative leadership. It emphasizes the importance of open, honest communication, accountability, and active engagement from company leaders. And when you do that, you foster a sense of trust and collaboration across the entire organization. So these are the questions that were on the survey that were geared toward this. So the transparent leadership score overall was 86% positive, 6% neutral, 8% negative. And this is what we do for each question. If you didn't take the survey, that's fine. I'll tell you how it works. We basically ask people questions or gave them statements, what we call Likert statements, and we asked them to rate their agreement with the statement from strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. and we weighted it based on the response. So that's how we got these scores here. So there's things in here like our company leaders have communicated a vision that motivates me. Really high scores for our company leaders are honest and ethical in their business practices. So here's some strengths of transparent leadership and some opportunities, I think, for WordPress companies. 92% agree that leaders are honest and ethical. Good. That's probably something you want in your leaders. I can ask company leaders any reasonable question and get a straight answer. I don't know if you've ever worked in an environment where you're afraid to talk to your boss or you're afraid to talk to your boss's boss. But one of the things that's really exciting to see in WordPress is that we are approachable, right? Senior leaders, managers are approachable, and our teams feel that way. I will say that senior leaders didn't fill out a bunch of these questions intentionally because we didn't want to, skew the results in their favor. And 91% agreed that the leaders here demonstrate that people are important to the company's success. So that's really cool. Opportunities. 80% agreed that our company effectively directs resources, funding, people, and effort toward company goals. Might not be surprising. Maybe it is. To me, what that says is just that there are people who think that maybe they're overworked or that they have these company goals that they're working toward, but they don't have. They're just stretched too thin to be able to accomplish them. Our company leaders have communicated a vision that motivates me was at 81%. And I think, I have some ideas on this one, but I think this one really is our distributed nature and the way that a lot of us are in remote teams means we don't get as much face time with our leadership team. And the leadership teams of our companies are probably talking vision and talking strategy and have clarity on purpose and mission, but they haven't maybe communicated that or haven't communicated it enough to their teams. And then finally here, 83% agreed that company leadership here keeps people informed about what is happening. So yeah, there you go. So I think that there's an opportunity here for team leaders and executives or senior leaders to actually be more engaged with their team as far as like telling them what's going on. When I was at Envato, this was something they did really well. So we would have an all hands for the entire company every 2 weeks, which was really cool. And then like every quarter or so, they would actually get up and they would share like how the company was going, what was going on financially, and how they were progressing toward goals. They were using tools to help with that, but you can imagine a team of like 600 people all getting together and being able to see that and then ask questions at the end. It was pretty powerful and pretty good at helping people stay connected to the core of what the company was all about. Authentic purpose is really about aligning the company's mission, vision, and values with its day-to-day operations. So maybe you've heard the story about the janitor at NASA who, when he gets asked, what does he do, says, I'm putting a man on the moon, right? He had real clarity about the purpose of what he was doing and why he was there. And even though his job was to maybe sweep and empty the rubbish bins, he was helping to put a person on the moon, and I think that's great. And so that's what authentic purpose is all about. And so we look at a number of things here in this space. And again, pretty decent scores for the WordPress ecosystem. I rarely think about looking for a job elsewhere, right? I see myself working here in 2 years' time. My work has special meaning. This is not just a job. I have a feeling in WordPress this probably ranks a little bit higher than maybe in the rest of the world and in the rest of tech because we are a community. We're very passionate people. We've got this project that we all contribute to, that we love and are passionate about. And I think that bleeds into that sense of purpose that we all have. I'm proud to tell others I work here. I would recommend our company as a great place to work. Here's a few of the strengths. I know how my work contributes to our company goals. 96%, that's fantastic. The products and services our company provides are as good as or better than our main competitors. Teams, you have faith in your projects, you have faith in your work, and that's awesome. I'm proud to tell others I work here. That's pretty cool. If you're developing an employer brand or you're about to recruit or hire, get your people to do it. Get your people to tell their stories about what's going on. How exciting is that? They're probably pretty excited to tell people what's going on. Opportunities. 86% said, I rarely think about looking for a job elsewhere. When I look at what we accomplish, I feel a sense of pride. I see myself working here in 2 years' time. So these are kind of, there's a bit of a flag here maybe for us to take a look at. It's not that bad when you consider that the spread is 87% to 94% between strengths and opportunities. But just something to consider and think through is that, we all have our eyes open and doors open to new opportunities and things. When I look at what we accomplish, I feel a sense of pride. I wouldn't consider that low, but I would consider that people's inner critique maybe, going, I pushed that out. There's 3 bugs. I wish I would have got rid of those before it went live, but here we are. All right, candid communication. This one's fun. Has anybody here ever had or wanted to give feedback to somebody, or wanted to have a conversation that maybe wasn't all, like rainbows and lollipops? It's really important to do that. No matter who you are in the company, bottom to the top, having candid conversations in a space that's safe can be really, really great for your culture and help you get past some challenges as well. 90% here. There's open and honest two-way communication in our team. This is a psychologically safe place to work. When it is clear that someone is not delivering in their role, we do something about it. That one's interesting. I don't know if you can see that on the score there. I'll bring it up here, but 78% agreed with that. So when you look at some of the other scores we've had, even in the opportunity space, there's some opportunity here for us to have a think about this. 97% agreed there is open and honest two-way communication in our team. That's great. I mean, if you're remote, you're going to have to get on a call at some point and talk to folks. I can voice a contrary opinion without fear of negative consequences. So you can disagree. That's great. Perspectives like mine are included in decision making. One of the things you may not notice as we're going through this is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging questions are not segregated to one specific principle of the Open Team framework. We spread them all throughout each one, particularly because DEI and B is not a program. It's just how we all should be working. So we've tried to spread those out and provide some insights here. And this is one of those questions where perspectives like mine are included. And I think that's really cool to see such a high score, especially when you consider those who self-identified as women are 65% of the people that filled out the survey. So that's really great. 89% agreed, I am happy with my current role relative to what was described to me. And 91% said this is a psychologically safe space, safe place to work. Now, it's in the opportunity category only because it was in the bottom 3, but this category in particular did quite well. So, moving on. If you got questions, we're going to curate space at the end for questions, but if you have an insight or something that you see, I don't mind if you yell it out either. It's pretty cool. Let's have a fun chat here. Empowered ownership focuses on creating an environment that supports autonomy, encourages innovation, and promotes accountability at all levels. Now, depending on whether your team is distributed or you have a hybrid model or you're all based in one location, empowered ownership looks a little bit different. I find that with teams that are fully distributed, this sense of empowered ownership is probably a lot higher, and the amount of trust that you have for your teams is significantly higher as well, as it has to be. And we see that in some of the scores here as well. So we have enough autonomy to perform our jobs effectively, things like that. So 90% was the total here. And here's some of the strengths. We have enough autonomy. I have access to the things I need to do my job well, and I know what I need to do to be successful in my role. 83% agreed the information I need to do my job effectively is readily available. We act on promising new or innovative ideas. We hold ourselves accountable and our team members accountable for results. So again, those are toward the bottom, but this whole category as a whole, you all did very well. Collaborative decision-making emphasizes the value of diverse perspectives and encourages employees to contribute their ideas, insights, and expertise to drive better outcomes. So 88% here, 7% neutral, and 5% negative. Questions like, other teams collaborate with us to get the job done. You can count on people to cooperate. Some of the strengths were that you can count on people to cooperate. That's cool. Have you ever been part of a team where that wasn't the case? Where you maybe had some negative experiences? I've been there. So to see that overwhelmingly, at least with the survey group, that they thought that that they could count on their team, that was really cool. And they felt part of a team. I think that's a belonging question, right? I feel included, I feel part of it. Especially in remote and distributed environments, that sense of belonging you have to work really hard on because you might not ever meet people. I worked for a company a little while ago for about 1.5 years, and I never met anyone in person until after I finished there, which is kind of crazy, right? But that's how it can go sometimes. It was also COVID, so nobody was meeting anyone. Opportunities here are 79% agree that administrative tasks that don't have a specific owner are fairly divided. This is an interesting one. This is one of the lower scores in the entire survey, and what it tells me is that the people that do good work get the work, and sometimes that means that people that don't do good work have less work, and it puts a lot of burden on those people that are good at doing things. And so maybe something to consider is partnering people up together and assigning things that way and taking some of the load off of your best workers. 82% agreed other teams collaborate with us to get the job done. I don't know if this is a conflict between support and marketing or support and engineering or engineering and marketing, but I can see all of those things happening. Maybe you've had a situation where engineering's just done the pull request and merged everything into the public stream, and it's about to go live, and so they just do it. And they don't tell marketing until the day it's going live, and marketing's like, wait, you just launched a whole new dot release of this project, and you expect me to have a whole marketing campaign set up and ready to go for that? Excuse me. And then you have support coming in and going, documentation? Did anybody document anything? What am I supposed to do? Has anyone tested this yet? Right? So there's opportunity here for us to maybe have a think about the way our teams do things and the way we roll things out. My team leader does a good job of assigning and coordinating people. That's an interesting one. 84% agreed. So I think this one probably can be taken alongside the administrative tasks are fairly divided. That maybe there's some opportunity here for us to think through that as team leaders. Continuous learning. This is one of my favorite ones because the whole idea of continuous learning it's two things. It's offering resources and opportunities for skill development or career progression, but it's also a way of just approaching work, right? I really prefer saying, what did we learn out of something that maybe didn't hit our goals, rather than, hey, that was a failure or that didn't work. The whole idea of failure is not a word I ever like to use in anything. I prefer the whole concept of learning, right? And I'm a big fan and proponent of hypothesis-driven design and development, because when you start with a hypothesis, no matter what the result, you learn something. Right? And all you're doing in a hypothesis is trying to think of what you might get out of it. Yeah. So continuous learning. Good job, folks. You're doing some really cool stuff here. I have access to the things I need to do my job. Management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. And my team leader or someone in management has shown a genuine interest in my career goals. So some strengths. Management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. Great. No one wants to be, made redundant or let go because of something that happened that was a genuine mistake. I love seeing, maybe you've seen those things where it's like, I don't know, somebody at KFC gets access to something and uploads some code and it's wrong, right? And then the whole world sees it, and then you see the developer thread of everyone, celebrating and encouraging them and saying all the things. I love that, right? That's a continuous learning opportunity. I have access to the things I need to do my job well, and day-to-day decisions demonstrate that quality and improvement are top priorities. 85% said my team leader or someone in management has shown a genuine interest in my career goals. There's a lot of pressure on team managers in particular to be responsible for a lot more. This is one that I hope every team manager takes seriously, that you have a responsibility to your team to do everything you can to help them grow. not just in their efficiency or productivity, but in the things that they're interested in, right? Maybe you've got somebody in support who's interested in marketing, finding opportunities for them to jump over and maybe do a couple of weeks there or do a project or work on something. Can be a really great way to expand their skill set, expose them to a new role, and build some of that cross-team, cross-functional growth or skill set, so that if somebody goes down sick, for example, you have somebody who can fill in the gap. 88% agreed I'm given opportunities to develop skills relevant to my interests, and 89% this is a great company for me to make a contribution to my development. So again, opportunities here for us. Inclusive culture. So this is, a safe and supportive space where all employees feel welcome, heard, and respected, regardless of their background, perspectives, or experience. I always find it hard to talk about inclusive culture because I am a 40-year-old married white male, and I am literally the least inclusive. I'm the poster boy for what tech is, I guess. And so for me, though, when I think of inclusive culture and how it relates to me, the thing that I come down to is, can I bring my authentic self to work? Can I talk about how much I love K-pop and K-dramas with my team? Can I share my love of knitting, right? And all of the projects I'm working on in my team, and let them be as equally sassy and bring themselves to it. And all in all, this is something that everyone here is doing pretty darn good on. 93%, one of the higher scores that we had throughout the entire survey. 96% agreed we are genuinely supported if we choose to make use of flexible working arrangements. I am able to arrange time out from work when I need to, and generally I believe my workload is reasonable for my role. 90% said, I feel like I belong here. I see myself working here in 2 years' time. My team leader cares about my well-being. So even though those are red, listed as opportunities, they're higher than some of the strengths in other categories. So all in all, I think we're doing okay. Or we didn't want to answer this one honestly, and so we were more positive maybe than the reality. And last but not least, intentional recognition, which centers on creating a culture that values employee achievements, provides fair compensation, and celebrates success. So 86%, probably one of our greatest opportunities here as well. So 91% agreed we acknowledge people who deliver outstanding service, people celebrate special events and care about each other. I receive appropriate recognition for good work. Promotions go to those who best deserve them is 82. I believe my total compensation is fair in the context of the industry. I had to add that last part in the context of our industry, because I don't know if you know this, but on average, WordPress salaries are like 20 to 30% less than the wider tech community. So if you just left it as my total compensation is fair, people might not agree. Generally, the right people are rewarded and recognized here. One more thing, though. So that's like the whole thing. We also asked a couple questions about the WordPress community and how people felt about WordPress in the survey. And in particular, we asked how supportive team leaders and senior leaders are, or how empowered people feel to participate in the community. And if you see that around our open team framework, we had 80s and 90s. Here with the WordPress community, we're sitting at 74%. And the questions we asked were, I feel good about the ways we contribute to the WordPress community, which had a 76. Our company leaders are actively engaged in the WordPress community, sat at 70%. My team leader encourages me to participate in the WordPress community, 71%. And we are encouraged to make a positive difference in the WordPress community, sat at 80%. We all have business goals. I wonder if there's an opportunity here for us to add some community goals to our teams, not just at the senior level, not just at the sort of company brand level, but within our individual teams around. Like, how can the marketing team in a plugin company of 20 to 30 people contribute to the WordPress ecosystem? How can that team leader actively support people who are interested in it and ask questions about it and say, hey, what are we doing this quarter to support WordPress? Is there anything we can do? Maybe it's translating a doc or doing something like that. So now what? A lot. Whew. When I did this presentation and I gave these similar results to Barn 2, at this point I was like, oh, that's a lot. Katie had a lot of patience to sit through it. So you've all had a lot of patience sitting through all the data. Thank you for that. And by the way, you'll have access to it after the talk as well. But action is the foundational key to all success. That's what Picasso says. He's a European, and because we trust Europeans, we will trust Picasso and agree with him here as well. We can't just have the data, we got to do something with it. So I've got three takeaways that I think for our companies that we can have a look at. So the first one is recognition and career progression. So one of the things that can happen in WordPress companies or any small company is that there doesn't feel a sense of forward momentum in a career. And if we're trying to recruit new people into WordPress, those ambitious young Gen Zers like Tycho Devak, who did his talk yesterday and did a really great job, how are we going to get people like that to join WordPress as a career? Well, we've got to actually show them what the path is like for them, how they can grow. If they think they're going to be a developer, stuck as a developer for the next 40 years of their life, for some that might work, but for others, that might not be what they want. And then how do we recognize people? How do we celebrate wins? How do we empower people and bring them together in a way that allows them to take more pride in the work that they do and celebrate it? So that's one. And I'm at 0 minutes, so I'm trying to speed through this last little bit here. Support and training for team leaders. All throughout, you can see some of these results. Our company effectively directs resources. My team leader makes their expectations clear. My team leader does a good job of assigning and coordinating people. So we need to equip leaders with the tools to succeed and inspire. So maybe investing in some comprehensive training programs, encouraging regular team check-ins, and promoting external inspiration. So foster a leadership style that's collaborative, empathetic, and innovative. And finally, communication from senior leaders. As I told you a little earlier at Envato, we did all hands every 2 weeks when I was there. And we did these quarterly check-ins that were fantastic. I've worked at some companies where they might have one all hands a year. I've worked at others where they have none. And when you don't know whether the work that you're doing is actually having the success or is meeting the goals that senior leaders have, it can be really unsettling, right, as an individual. And you're like, are we even doing what we're supposed to be doing? So senior leaders communicating regularly, not just on how the company is doing, but like the mission, because mission and vision leak, right? It's a leaky bucket. You got to keep pouring water into it. So you got to keep reminding people of the why. So I think that this is a great opportunity for our teams. So that's pretty much it. That was my goals for today. I hope you leave curious about your own team's experience. You leave with permission to be more invested in your team's experience, and that if you can take on some of these things, that you can be happier, that your teams can be happier, healthier, and perform better than ever next year. The future of work is open, right? And all of these results are open. You can, at the end of this talk, I'll give them to you, and you can take all of the questions, all of the data. You can run your own employee engagement surveys in your teams and see how you stack up against the broader community as well. Thanks. That's me.
Thank you. Now that my mic came off. So with that, we're going to start with some questions. Does anyone have any questions for James? I see one right there.
Thanks for coming, everyone. You can download the slides and everything at that link.
Hey, James, it's Cliff.
Hey, Cliff.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. How do you think it might skew one way or the other from a larger versus smaller organization, maybe under 10 and 100?
In what sense? Like just all the data? How is it skewed? Or might it be skewed?
If you have an answer to that, yes.
Yeah. So the demographic breakdown of company size The two largest blocks were teams that were like 15 to 30 and over 300. So that makes up about 50% of the total amount. And then teams in between that were less than 5, 50 to 30 to 50, 50 to 100, 100 to 300. So I would say the data is pretty good, and that we can be confident that the results are not necessarily skewed toward larger teams or smaller teams. My most recent experience in work was in a team of about 600, 300, 600. So when I talk, I often talk more corporate speak, probably than for smaller teams. But if you are a single leader with a team, these things still apply, right? Ask yourself the question, when was the last time we actually got the whole team together and talked about our company goals and how we're tracking toward them? When was the last time I celebrated a win with the team? When was the last time I promoted someone? Right? Those are all good questions that anyone can ask.
Next question.
Crickets, crickets, crickets. Okay. I guess that's it then.
Is that really it?
Thanks, folks.
So, quick announcement. Lunch is postponed to 1:15 because they want to take all of our photo as a family photo. They do that every year at WordCamp Europe. So if you guys can head on up and would like to be in the photo, we would love it. Other than that, you guys have a good day. Oh.
Hi guys, good afternoon. How's it going? My name is Christos Paloukas. I'm going to be your MC tonight. We're going to introduce some amazing people, so we want plenty of engagement. We want to give them the time of their lives here on stage, so help us out here, all right? We do have some general announcements to say. I do have to inform you about the swag table, the info desk, and the lost and found. You can find that at the center of the expo. You've probably heard all of this again, but it doesn't matter, it's okay. Then there's the community booth in the expo area that you could discover ways to contribute and get involved with WordPress. That's also very important because WordPress is made with all of our contributions. Every one of our little contributions counts. We also have a contributing area in the Trianti, or Trianti balcony. You can take the elevator from track 1 to level 2. It's a self-organized space where contributors can contribute to WordPress in a quiet setting. There's a couple little fun little toys inside the swag bag you got. There's a WordCamp Europe game card that you can collect and swap 8 cards in 2 ways. You've received 4 cards in your swag bag, and you don't have to go pick it up now, but there's 4 different designs, and you can mingle, network, and meet new people and exchange postcards. Sounds fun, no? Right. You can also gain more cards to get other designs. You'll need to answer questions. It'll be between the sessions and to collect the cards from the community booth, right? It's really important to visit all the sponsor areas too. All the sponsors have made this event possible, and it's just go past them, get some swag, say thanks, maybe fill out a form, a little communication form, so they can maybe keep in touch with you in the future. It'll mean the world to them. I do have to remind you, I'm obligated to remind you rather, about the code of conduct that you'll find at the WordCamp website at europe.wordcamp.org/code-of conduct. All right. There's some wellness stuff, but that's over with. I hope you guys had fun at the wellness stuff. Did anyone here go to the yoga or the Tai Chi? No one? Literally no one went. I don't believe any of you. One person saw them. That's great. At least one person saw them. All right. So if you guys need any help, you could always find anyone in the blue shirts, the little volunteer shirts. Just ask them any question. If they can't answer your question, they'll find someone to answer that question for you. There's quite a few of us. There's about 200 of us too. So don't be shy. Drinks are going to be served all day around the venue. Just look for the little stands on the left and on the right. It's also important that we get some feedback back from all of you, if you can, actually. So if you could just head over to europe.wordcamp.org/2023/feedback, you can find all this information on the website in general. And you can just fill out a little form and just, give us some feedback. Tell us we did a good job, we didn't do a good job, you guys can improve there, you guys were really great there. Positive feedback is good too. All right, workshops are going to be happening all day long, and registration happens at the workshop registration desk located on floor 1, near to track 3, I'm sorry, right here, right next to us, like if you head out and turn right. Well, Contributor Day is over. I hope everyone that went to Contributor Day had a great time. We do have a special page set up for quick access to all the info that happened with Contributor Day. It's really important that sorry, I got stuck there. I just wanted to talk about the light snacks and the 2 drinks that you can find around the shop. So there's a party we got going on later. We have the after party. It's going to be for the happy 20th birthday of WordPress. It's exciting. It's going to start at 8:30 at Lohan Athens nightclub. So just bring your badge, and you can get in for free. Light snacks will be provided, and you get 2 drinks with the tokens that are going to be provided. Additional drinks can be purchased, though. With card or cash, actually. Whew. So, that wasn't that hard. There's actually quite a lot of you, and this is the first time I'm doing this. So, thanks. That really does help. Maybe next time I'll do it without the papers. Anyway, I think it's time that we introduce our first speaker of the day. Her name is Tess. Tess is joining us from the UK today. She's the head of growth at Atomic Smash, a website performance agency based in Bristol that specializes in WordPress and WooCommerce. She's passionate about communicating ideas in creative ways. Tess loves finding new ways to build narratives around technology and collaborating with clients. Tess cares about business ethics, the environment, team well-being, and is part of an internal sustainability working group at Atomic Smash that's in the progress of becoming a B Corp. In her spare time, you'll find her hiking in mountains, jumping in the sea, lifting heavy things at the gym, so she's one of those strong girls, and writing songs or stories even. She's quite creative. Today she's talking about e-commerce CS, quality and convenience, she's talking about e-commerce CX, quality, convenience, value, incentives, trust, sound ethics, minimal environmental impact, and they're all tied together with a seamless customer experience. Meaningful purchases are what more and more modern customers expect. So how can agencies, products, platforms, and merchants respond? By working together to create an e-commerce experience, experiences that leave good taste and keeping customers coming back for more and more. There's quite a lot of you out there. Having said that there is quite a lot of you out there, let's have a great round of applause for Tess.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for...
Take it away.
Thank you for a lovely introduction. I appreciate that. And I think Christos said you were going to be a really engaging audience. And did you say they were going to give me the time of my life on this stage? Well, excellent. Thank you. Thanks in advance. I look forward to that. So yeah, I'm Tess. As mentioned, I am head of growth at Atomic Smash, website performance agency. I work with some very brilliant and inspiring colleagues who are experts at working with WordPress and WooCommerce. And I'm going to be using a lot of examples of their great work today. I live halfway up a mountain in Wales. I'm actually on top of that mountain in this picture. And on a clear day, you can see over to Bristol, where Atomic Smash is based. I've also been heavily involved in the WordPress community for the last few years. I was one of the organizers of Europe's first Do Action Day, which is a one-day hackathon where volunteers create websites for small local charities and nonprofits in a single day. And I was also one of the global leads for WordCamp Europe back in 2020. There's plenty more I could tell you about myself, but I'm sure you'll all agree the most important thing is that I'm a dog parent to Hugo, who you can see here. Hugo is an honorary member of the team at the agency I work for and a regular on top of the mountain with me. I would love to talk about Hugo for half an hour, and I'm sure a couple of you actually would quite like that as well, but I've promised to everyone that I'm going to talk about customer experience in e-commerce. So, firstly, where are we now, the state of e-commerce? Well, it's actually quite a challenging time for merchants, marketplaces, and other businesses working in the e-commerce ecosystem. It's because there was such a boom during the pandemic. Online shopping jumped 77% just months into the pandemic, which was really exciting, but obviously that growth has leveled out. So now we need to approach this with an attitude of flexibility, interconnectivity. We need to work together, and this will be hugely important for success. And we should always be thinking about the customer experience and making it as good as possible so that customers don't have to work so hard to shop with the merchants that we serve. Okay, so many of us here today create or sell products or services that actually affect people all over the world. In some cases, for example, when it comes to creating accessible or inclusive online experiences, the work we do has a very real impact on whether someone can purchase a product or service or engage with a website or a digital experience. So it has a real, genuinely really important function, the work we do. And also, the businesses that use our platforms or our services rely on us to create good experiences as well, so that because their livelihoods depend on it if they are merchants. WordPress, obviously, is an open source technology, and the platform, the community rather, drives forward the platform. Global contributors make WordPress better, obviously, and we come together at events like this so that we can share learnings, we can connect, and we can also come up with new ideas and new approaches to solve shared challenges and problems that we identify. So the same can be focused exclusively on e-commerce. So I want to talk about how product businesses, service businesses, and merchants can be more open, transparent, and work together to make customer experience as good as it possibly can be, and so all of our organizations can thrive. So, in the spirit of sharing, learning, and collaboration, I'm going to talk a little bit about a program that Atomic Smash is involved with, the Woo Experts program. We're a certified platinum Woo expert, and that means we're sort of verified and endorsed by WooCommerce as an agency partner. I think we're just one of 3 to have that level of partnership in the UK. And the Woo Expert program means that we can share learnings, we can represent the needs of our clients directly to WooCommerce, we can get extra support, we can represent their interests, we can also access additional resources, training resources for our team, and we can celebrate the success of our team as experts as well, which is really nice. In February, WooCommerce invited myself and Atomic Smash's managing director, Piers Tinknell, to attend their division meetup in Vienna, which is kind of like a company conference. And we joined the agency program manager, Mary, on stage for a fireside chat, where we were able to talk about emerging trends that we're seeing in the ecosystem. We were able to represent the interests, like I said, and the pain points and the needs of our clients on stage, and explain to the WooCommerce team how merchants that we're representing are using the platform, which was great. During after the chat, we also had the opportunity to listen to a merchant who they'd invited as well. So this was a really nice example of agencies, merchants, and platform or a product business coming together. Because we're talking about sharing and learning, I thought I'd share a couple of things that the merchant told us during their fireside chat. So they said that one thing that was extremely important to them was the opportunity to experiment with kind of like buying incentives. So, for example, free gifts, and to measure how that had an impact on average order value. And then to look at things like unit sales and as their main conversion point to track, and then how that evolves or changes month on month, year on year, based on the experiments they're running. In practical terms, it's now easier than ever to share learnings with our peers and our partner organizations and our clients, because we're instantly and globally connected through the internet. So it's a really great opportunity, I think, at an event like this, to see what works when we collaborate, and then mirror that when we go home. And hopefully you'll have some ideas for how to do that after this talk. Okay, so we can learn from one another in the WordPress space. Obviously, we're all WordPress enthusiasts if we're here. We're a small percentage, actually, of a really global community and even wider set of people all over the world who use the platform. So let's also think about how we can engage with communities that we are involved with that are outside of the WordPress space. So as mentioned, Atomic Smash is in the process of becoming a B Corp. We actually share and learn through that process as well. If you aren't familiar with the process, it's a series of sort of checks and balances that that ensure a business not only cares about profit, but also cares about people and the planet. So it's a long and detailed and in-depth process that ensures that a business is doing its part to take care of the world and the people in it. And they also encourage that same openness and transparency, so you can share best practices, and you can also acknowledge that the impact you have on the world relates to your clients, your suppliers, and your organization as well. Another example in the context of shopping experience is when we think about returns. PayPal saw the extent of the returns challenge. So 84% of shoppers will avoid a retailer in future if they have a bad returns experience. And so they, in 2021, acquired Happy Returns, which is a software and reverse logistics company, to help solve these problems for their online merchants, so they can handle returns. And I think that's a really interesting approach, where they've looked at, okay, what further down the line, what problems are end users having, and how can we help to solve that problem? Now, obviously, we can't all acquire lots of other businesses to solve our problems, but we can look at what's going on in the industry more widely and take inspiration from what works. Obviously, a word of warning, I wouldn't just copy everything the big guys are doing. You know, they don't get everything right either. And, you know, I think if you're a leaner team, you actually have the opportunity to innovate more. So take inspiration from the positives, but don't follow blindly. Okay, I've been talking at you for a little bit. Obviously, this is a conference talk. I know you expect that, but I'll give you a chance to move slightly now and engage a little bit more. So I'm going to run through these points and ask you as customers, because we're all customers, to raise your hand when I get to the one that's most important to you as a consumer. So only raise your hand for one, please. So which is the most significant for you? Is it the checkout process? Okay, a few, thank you. Is it the returns process? One. Do you know, oh, two. Do you know, that would be my mum's vote, definitely. She absolutely loves a return. Okay, what about value for money? Oh, okay, yes. I appreciate that. Yeah, we have a lot of people who care deeply about the value for money, absolutely. What about ethical values? Okay, and environmental impact? Yes, okay, lovely. And put your hand up if actually you would have loved to have voted for more than one as being extremely significant to you, of course. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's no surprise to me. Many of you put your hands up there, and the extent, honestly, to which all of these matter to us as consumers depends on a lot of external factors and internal values that we hold. But these can change over time, and actually they vary with different context too. But they're all important in one way or another. They all contribute to customer experience and the lasting emotion that an end user feels when they engage with a brand online and a merchant when they're shopping online. So customer experience is everything, I think. And e-commerce brands, I believe, could think a little bit more like traditional brick-and-mortar stores sometimes. If you imagine how they used to build local communities in a location where they were going to open a store, I think more can be done to create that lasting positive experience, a memorable experience to win loyal customers online too. This is especially important at the moment because the rising cost per acquisition rates mean that brands have to place even more focus on retention techniques to win loyal customers who will come back again and again so they can maintain profitability. Okay, so together our products, our services, and our processes can be designed to help merchants create that ultimate customer experience so that they can enjoy a smooth and convenient buying process and spend their way in a money that feels right and meaningful to them, whether that's to do with value for money, the checkout experience, environmental impact, or a combination. So why does it matter? It matters a lot because so many shoppers go deep into a buying journey and then leave before completing a purchase. And actually, research into the checkout experience by the Baymard Institute found that on average, 26% of users have abandoned purchases during the checkout flow solely because the checkout flow is too long or too complex. At the same time, research into the world's 60 largest e-commerce sites revealed the average e-commerce site has 12.8 form fields in their checkout flow. And I'm going to argue that's a lot of extra fields and unnecessary complexity and possible friction to put customers off. So how can we reduce friction at checkout? Well, we can optimize the checkout experience. The checkout is the final hurdle. On this page, you want to have probably as few clicks as possible, not to overwhelm the user. Fewer steps probably means higher conversion rates, but I'd argue you should test that with your target audience. And we also can improve the experience by reducing clutter and reducing inputs when they're not necessary. And this is something we did for client Elizabeth Shaw. Elizabeth Shaw has been producing chocolate-based confectionery for more than 140 years, which is a very long history, but they're also looking to the future in a really nice way, and they want to improve the online experience for modern consumers. So they also wanted to improve conversions so that their business is profitable and growing. And initially they came to us to merge their WooCommerce shop, their existing WooCommerce shop with their existing WordPress site, and then to work through ongoing iterative improvements to optimize things like the checkout. So this was the checkout before. This is utilizing a plugin, and following a UX and UI audit, we decided straight away to remove the login step because it's presenting a huge blocker for new customers to make a purchase. The emphasis here is really on existing customers logging in and not even on them making a purchase. So we also thought the styling and the wording of how to skip this to go to the next option was confusing. And again, we felt it was a detraction from getting them through the checkout process. So the default WooCommerce functionality actually pushes users directly to the second step, which is billing and shipping, with a small prompt for returning users to log in. So it's much less intrusive and on new customers or on guest checkout. So we kept the plugin, but we mirrored the WooCommerce default way of doing things, and we also combined industry research, customer research, and UX principles to try and understand the objectives of the consumer and to determine exactly how the checkout process should look and feel for them. So one thing we did was we combined the first name and last name fields into a single text field for name. This is also more inclusive. Having a first name and last name is a naming convention that's traditionally in the Western culture. Not everyone in the world uses a first name and last name, so it's more welcoming, more appropriate, more inclusive to do this anyway. We also made some we made some fields optional, including the address line too and the company name. And you can see they have a minority input now with a plus icon. We further reduced friction by collapsing other fields, such as the gift message, into another minority input. And finally, as the login was such a massive obstruction, we switched to prioritizing guest checkout, as you can see, with an option for returning users to log in at the top. So for customer experience, convenience is obviously a really important piece of the puzzle, and value for money is very important too, as we discovered earlier when you kindly raised your hands. But purchase decisions often take other elements into account too. So for example, more and more modern consumers want to spend their money in a way that matches both their needs and their values. I like this quote to summarize. Today's consumer not only wants savings and convenience, but also wants to feel good when a company that aligns with their values gets their money. So a great example of this is Positive News, the first media organization in the world to focus on quality, independent reporting about what's going right. This is an independent media brand, and it's structured as a community benefit society, so that's a form of social enterprise, and it's a cooperative ownership structure. So the organization is actually owned by readers across 33 countries around the world. And its profits are reinvested into creating inspiring journalism for the public benefit. They came to us with an existing WordPress site, and it was very slow and unstable, and a separate platform for subscriptions that they needed to bring together and improve over time. Their primary goal was to strengthen their funding streams by driving more sales, subscriptions, and monthly supporters through their site so that they could invest back into in creating more and more inspiring journalism. So we responded with a fully customized WordPress platform and WooCommerce shop, and an ongoing rollout of additional features and improvements over time. We utilized really powerful reporting to develop strategies to improve the customer experience and provide more value to the client so that we could deliver reliable growth for them. So it was a bespoke WooCommerce shop that enabled customers to sign up to magazine subscriptions, make single purchases, and make donations. We rolled out some digital improvements, such as an intuitive online basket experience. And actually, we saw a really nice increase in magazine subscriptions after we did this, because it was designed to encourage more conversions. And in terms of donations, we introduced an interactive support slider where people could use the slider to say how much they wanted to donate, and this was to give a more engaging experience and to generate more recurring donations for Positive News. Most importantly, I think, we helped Positive News to personalize customer communications by segmenting their audience with automated tagging determined by customer behavior on their site. So again, making that customer experience more personal and more appropriate. And there were some really nice results, some really special results. So page views doubled within the first year of working together with this client. There was a 234% increase in turnover from subscriptions within the first 2 years of working together, and 290% increase in web visitors over 4 years of working together. So I'm really proud of the team for what they did and their collaboration with Positive News on this one. Okay, here's a statistic that shows just how much values matter to most people. Research commissioned by Google Cloud found that 82% of shoppers want a brand's values to align with their own. Now, obviously, values are personal. I can't tell you what any of your values are. But what I can say is that there's a growing number of consumers who have ethical or environmental values that they expect their favorite brands to align with. And they may very well leave if they don't. So we're at a pivotal point, actually, for sustainability in e-commerce. There's an increasing appetite for, sustainable product materials, packaging and delivery, plus interest in a circular economy is growing. Many shoppers who want eco-friendly options are actually willing to pay more for them. And according to Global Web Index, 41.8% of shoppers want brands to be socially responsible. Google searches for sustainability increased 63% from 2018 to 2021. I'd be really interested to see a more up-to-date stat on that as well and see if it's continuing to rise. And in a Google survey, 82% of shoppers said that sustainability is more top of mind now than it was before the pandemic. And that, again, that's no surprise to me. So the consumer demand for ethical and sustainable choices is there, and it's really up to brands to deliver, and it's up to all of us to help them to do that. Okay, another example to go into this point. Picked, an organic fruit and veg box supplier. We took on their existing WordPress and WooCommerce site to get it working harder for them. Part of that was to show their USPs and key values in a way that's more clear to their target audience and that demonstrates benefits to those consumers. So we identified areas of the site to do this on the homepage, for example, and we also identified ways that the homepage could continue to be effective without overloading people in terms of their limited time or attention. One thing we did was added a visual how it works process. So this communicates information more transparently and more easily, which matches the way that Picked want to get their messages across, being very transparent and honest about the way they do business. We rolled out consistent layouts for product cards to reduce visual clutter, to try and eliminate unnecessary cognitive load, and to improve cohesion. Lots of other things like improving the use of CTAs and also using the navigation bar for a flexible place to share really important information. So this could be order countdowns, an order window countdown, important delivery updates, seasonal announcements, and then also things such as promotions, USPs, values, if they are the most important things to cover at the time. Here's an example of a section of the homepage that shows their USPs to their target audience. It demonstrates some of the core values that are not just important to Picked, but also crucial for those consumers. You can see the likes of free and fast delivery, there's fair pricing, there's optional subscriptions, and all of this caters to that convenience and the value for money side of things. But on the other hand, we also include the things like certified organic, plastic-free, and B Corp. These things like great relationships with their supply chain are very important for their target audience and align with their consumers' core values. So all of these together contribute to the experience and emotion when a customer is interacting with a brand. Okay, and it's not just when transactions through a web store are linked to profits that this is important. We also used WooCommerce to put on a charity auction for Bristol Children's Hospital charity, the Grand Appeal. And this is a website that's a critical part of the charity's income stream. It helps them to support a hospital that works with, or cares for rather, 100,000 patients per year. So this is an example of using WooCommerce to raise money for a good cause. Customer experience, however, should still be the highest priority. People are still giving you their money and giving the charity or the client their money. And helping them to make informed purchasing decisions is still really, really important. In fact, you could argue that actually it's more important for an organization that's using the money like this. So, for example, the Grand Art Auction enables supporters to bid on artworks donated by local communities and artists. Each auction page contains additional information that's really key to the purchaser's, the bidder's purchase decision. So, for example, there's tabs in each product page to inform the user of things like UK shipping costs, because this is a UK-based organization, as well as the option for some personalized international shipping options for people who are bidding from abroad. There's also important dates during the auction. Obviously, that's really important for an auction. Timeframes were clear across the homepage, the product pages, and the auction page itself. So when funding streams, like I say, are this important, and in this case, helping to save lives, it's even more crucial to create an experience whereby bidders, donors, or supporters feel good about the way they're using their money, and they want to come back and spend their money with this brand or this charity again during the next campaign. So when it comes to improving customer experience, we shouldn't be guessing. I know probably all of us, we really believe our intuition, but in this case, we need to put ourselves in the consumer's shoes, and that's impossible to do without data. So when we can use website data, which plays a pivotal role in enhancing that customer experience. We can analyze user behavior rather, to help businesses gain valuable insights, to make decisions based on customers' preferences, their needs, their pain points. And they can leverage this data to help them understand their customers, optimize e-commerce experiences in a targeted, customized way, and make them more intuitive and effective. It also means if there's bottlenecks, if there's obstacles or friction points, these can be identified, and roadmaps can be developed to roll out improvements to solve these, hopefully. Implementing improvements obviously can create things like a smoother navigation, better user flow, better user experience, higher conversion rates, and ultimately create that better customer experience that ensures that consumers come back time and time again to improve overall business performance. Okay, an example of this in terms of data, using data in a better way. We work with Oxygen Free Jumping, who has indoor activity parks, and they've expanded to, I think they have 5 in the UK. And their strategic objective at the moment is all around, they have ambitious growth targets, so they want to increase revenue in line with that. But they had, at the time, a black hole of data in their sales funnel. So this prevented them from implementing effective CRO strategies to build incremental improvements to make their site better, because they had no data to rely on. They had data, but it got lost as soon as someone clicked to book. So throughout the sales funnel, they couldn't see anything. So we worked through a series of initiatives to improve visibility of key data and improve the UX and conversion funnel. This included designing and building a more intuitive, easy-to-use online booking system and allow users to book with as minimal clicks as possible. Okay, so Oxygen now has visibility throughout the sales funnel, and they can use that data to inform future business decisions. For example, how to price products accurately, how to identify or fix drop-off points during that process, that booking process. And we're helping them to use ongoing data analysis to support business growth, interpret that sales funnel analytics, and to improve things like average order value, which is a really important one for them. And so far, the results include an 11.6 improvement in conversion rate. So really happy with that so far. Okay, I've used a handful of case studies, obviously, to prove my points today. Thank you for listening whilst I did all of that. And I've been able to do that because Atomic Smash has some really good processes in place that ensure that we can make iterative improvements and results-driven approaches to improve WordPress and WooCommerce sites, building out strategies that rely on data that we can test and we can rely on. And that results-driven approach is something that I really want to see more of in terms of customer experience. It helps our clients to grow, and it ensures that the end user gets what they want as well. All right, so hands up if you learned absolutely nothing today. Okay, you're all very kind, thank you. Hands up if you did learn something. Okay, and hands up if you now have maybe an idea, you want to go talk to someone, or when you get back to your desk after WordCamp Europe, there's something that is provoked an idea that you want to explore further. Okay, that's my favorite one. I think you can't argue with that. That's the best one. So that's all from me. Thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate it.
Way to go, Tess. That was impressive.
Let's
get a great round of applause for Tess. It's hard to get up here and actually do all this stuff. Come on, everyone. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. I think it's better now, right? All right. Well, Tess, that was amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I think I forgot to mention that you were involved with WordPress Europe in the past as well as a global lead.
Yes, yeah, WordCamp Europe, yeah.
So you were
yeah.
a global lead as well.
In the past, but there's some very, very talented global leads now who are very thankful for putting on this event. And it'd be really interesting actually to see how WordCamp Europe evolves, and if any of you are interested in organizing that in the future, there's going to be a call for organizers at the end of the closing remarks. So I definitely encourage you to get involved if that's something that's interesting to you.
Yeah, wonderful, great. So I do have a quick question, or like I have maybe two questions. My first question is, considering you do so much work for your clients in that sense, how do you prioritize them? I mean, are there a lot? I mean, there's probably a lot. Just going off your examples, there are a lot.
Yeah, so I think the work is very varied, and the way that we prioritize is we'd delve really deep into the needs of the client, and we'd try and identify the work that's going to provide the most value for them with the least effort required. So it'll be the most value in terms of how it will affect their business, but it also will be, the most cost-effective approach. So we're always trying to do it in the cleverest way, so we can make the biggest change in the least time or effort possible.
All right. Wow. And second question, let's say I'm your client.
Okay.
Because I might have an e-commerce website, you don't know. I come to you. I have all these problems, we sit down, we consult. I understand that every situation is completely different, but if I had like a mom and pop shop kind of thing going on, how much time do you think it would take for us to start? I know it's a crazy question, but like, let's say I'm at 0.
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. It's like, how long is a piece of string? I think that's a good question because it's a question that a lot of merchants will ask. They'll always ask, like, how long is this going to take? And actually, it really depends on the requirements that they have. What are their ambitions? How complex is their e-commerce site? Are there integrations? Is it, multi-site? Like, is it international? If it's a mom and pop shop, I know that WooCommerce have some really nice ways to get started that's simpler and quicker, that actually you might not need an agency for if it's like not as complex. But the more complex sites, you're going to be working on them either iteratively and ongoing, or for a really intense period of months and months and months, because it's a big job to get it right.
All right, so your agency is way too big for me. I don't know, does the audience have any questions? Does anyone want to ask any questions? Oh, please, you, ma'am, you were first.
Oh, hang on.
There's a mic coming your way.
Microphone.
We're just going to wait for the mic for a sec.
If you want, you can talk and I'll repeat it so that everyone can hear. Oh, here comes the mic. Great.
There we go.
Thank you. So I'm really interested in the example you gave. I think it was the magazine, perhaps, of that obviously they're selling subscriptions, but I believe they were making donations as well.
Yes.
And you mentioned like the slider that folks could use. So first question is that native WooCommerce functionality, or did Atomic Smash have to custom code that? And second question, I'm really interested in the efficacy of that donation strategy. So did you see an improvement in donations? Did people donate more because of the fun interactivity of it?
Yeah, so the idea actually for that one was to try and generate more recurring donations. So it was, I think, a shift in the way that they were thinking about how to get supporters. They really wanted people to support them over time, of course, like so many nonprofits do. I believe it was custom code, but I'll double check that and get back to you. And I know that I can't give you the exact results off the top of my head, but it made a significant improvement, and everyone was really happy with that. And it's been great to work with an organization like that and to watch them grow over the years. Yeah, we're really, really happy to work with organizations that do good and that we can help do more. Thank you. Thanks for your question.
Wonderful.
Was there a question down here?
The sir had a question right here.
Hi, I want to ask you, do you agree with the sentence that customers hate filling the forms?
Sorry, please could you repeat?
Could you agree or not customers hate filling the forms.
Do I agree that customers hate filling in forms? I think most people don't really like filling in forms. And now I've got, as a customer, if I put myself, I'm talking about myself, when I answer a form on my phone, if it doesn't like already know like my name, my email address, my surname, I get really frustrated.
Exactly to that.
Yeah.
In one example, you mentioned that you combine first name and last name.
Yes.
And how to deal with the autofill?
Yes, that's a really good point. So actually, in this case, it wouldn't autofill for me. However, I think sometimes you need to look at the, inclusion and make decisions balanced with customer experience and inclusion, and actually how important is that inclusivity going to be over time? Is it going to outweigh the speed and convenience of autofill? And in this case we decided for this client definitely it would. I think it's probably a good idea to do it case by case, but I think if you have a decision to make and you're going to be able to make something more accessible or inclusive, that's probably the best way to go.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your question. One more.
We have a question right over here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Terribly sorry. Oh, no, please. Yeah, sure. Yes, of course.
Hello, thank you for such a presentation. Could you please tell what maybe measurement or analytics instruments are you using to grab the statistics and improve the funnels?
Yeah, so obviously we use Google Analytics and move everyone to like GA4. So definitely if you have clients who aren't yet on GA4, it's time's running out actually to move that over. So I'd recommend that. But we also really encourage the use of Metoric to our clients. We think it's like a really, really excellent tool for e-commerce. And yeah, if any of you have e-commerce clients that aren't utilizing Metoric, I definitely say give it a go. It gives really, really like detailed insights that our clients find really valuable, and we're really happy to be able to use that together with them to come up with those insights. Also, if the client is more complex, they might have integrations with something like Salesforce. So there'll be other ways to gather analytics as well using those tools. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tess. I really enjoyed that, and big fan of Atomic Smash. It's been amazing to hear about those examples of wins for customers. I wonder if you could share off the top of your head a story of maybe where you worked with a client and you had a big learning from something that didn't go wrong that agencies or all of us could learn from in your time.
Absolutely. I'd say one thing that's really difficult is if you have a really big and complex e-commerce project, no matter how experienced the team is, it's always going to be so hard to get it right first time. So actually I would suggest a better approach is to try and do a kind of MVP if you can, if your client will be happy with that, and then have iterative additional rollouts of different features. Because there's been, absolutely, it's really hard to get everything right first time. Off the top of my head, is there something that I can share that's been really, really challenging working with a client? Yes, obviously, if you're working with money, right? This is really high stakes, and most of these clients that I'm talking about, they take all their revenue through not all of them that I've given examples for, but most of the clients we work for are taking their revenue through their site exclusively. So if something goes wrong with payments, actually, if there's something insecure, that could be, really, really, really terrible. So that's a big thing that you have to take a lot of care around. So finding like a payment platform or gateway that you can rely on, secure, that's really important. So I would definitely highlight that in terms of e-commerce as being a really big challenge that we face all the time. Thanks for your question.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I have a question about the auto address filling. Some user using from Google, for example. What is your opinion about it? Is it like to get more faster checkout than before? What's your opinion about it?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and usually we recommend to clients to use a system where it can autofill or like help you generate your address using like the postcode. Again, I would use some of those those tools rather than you don't necessarily need to do it all yourself. You can, if there's a tool that already works, or you can use Google, that's making things simpler, quicker hopefully. And I usually would recommend that, and I know my team members usually would as well. However, I would say one other thing, it's always important to review the decisions you're making and what you're saying to your clients over time, because things change, things shift really fast in technology and in terms of, say, accessibility best practices. So it's a really good idea to take time to review what you're doing, what recommendations you're making, and ensure that you're still happy with those recommendations as time goes on.
Wonderful. Wow, you're impressive. I don't know, I can't really say anything else.
Thank you, that's so kind.
Yeah, so that's time. And could we get a final, get a big round of applause here for Tess? Come on, everyone.
Thank you.
Better. There we go.
Everyone. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move forward with a little break now, but wait, don't get up yet. We're going to have a quick update. Now the WordCamp card game is going to start now. Again, you have 4 cards inside of your swag bags. There's a total of 8 different designs. You can go get the other 4 from upstairs, and then you can swap them between each other. You're collecting them, you're mingling. You can use them as postcards, actually. All right, and then we have Tai Chi at the Wellness Center at 3 o'clock for anyone that's interested in Tai Chi. Hi again, everyone. All right. So this time there aren't any announcements, and we'll get straight to introducing our next speaker. His name is Lorvo Mercic. He's from Croatia, and it's just amazing that he's just now finishing high school. He actually took a break from his final exam so he can come here with us today and share some information of simplifying the lives of individuals. So drawing on his innovative thinking and passion for creating user-friendly solutions, he developed a unique plugin called Collab Cart. It's designed to foster customer collaboration. So at the young age of 17, he founded a thriving company despite his young age. He had the privilege of being a featured speaker at various conferences and events where he shared his insights on cutting-edge business practices. Additionally, he's a columnist in the respected publications to the social network blogs, where he continues to share his ideas and inspire others to pursue their passions. He's done quite a lot for a 17-year-old, as I'm sitting here reading his bio to you. The collaboration between shoppers and Generation Z and Alpha, so that's born between 1997 and 2025, respectively, is poised to revolutionize the social proof in several ways. These digital natives are the first generations to grow up with digital technologies and as such. Their purchasing decisions are heavily influenced by social media, online reviews, and recommendations from friends and peers. Unlike previous generations, Gen Z and Alpha place more value on recommendations from friends and family other than advertisements and even influencers or influencer endorsements. They prioritize authenticity and transparency and social proof, ignoring or rejecting the content that appears inauthentic or biased. So, moreover, this new focus on collaboration has led to the creation of small online communities where members can exchange information, reviews, and recommendations. This type of collaboration emphasizes the power of social proof and improves the customer experience overall. Their focus on authenticity, transparency, and community-driven recommendations will continue to shape the digital commerce landscape and provide new opportunities for businesses to engage with customers. So, whenever you're ready, let's everyone see you. Let's do this.
Thank you. Thank you for a beautiful introduction.
I did my best.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Before I start, it's a great honor standing here in Athens on this beautiful event. Thank you for considering me to be a speaker. And I would like to say special thanks to all of you organizing this beautiful event. Today, I will say a few words about how collaboration amongst shoppers in Gen Z and Gen Alpha will change social proof. But before we start, I have one question for all of you, so feel free to join me. And my question is, when you go to some new city and you face with a problem of hunger, you probably go to some restaurant, yeah? So how do you choose that restaurant? Based on what? Like, what does encourage you to go to some restaurant? Anybody? Okay, reviews, so like Google reviews or? Okay, because Google is a sponsor, yeah? Okay, so Google reviews, TripAdvisor. What? Large queues, okay, that's also good, yeah? Okay, great, because you believe them, yeah? We hope. Yeah, okay. Keep that in mind because we will come to this a little bit later on. Okay, so let me introduce myself. Even though he did a pretty good job, I will do it one more time. My name is Lovro Mercic. I'm 18 years old, and I come from small but beautiful country of Croatia. I founded one interesting and innovative e-commerce plugin, which is called Collab Cart. And ever since I was a little boy, I was always curious about how things work and why they work in a certain way. So I started like reading and watching different videos. Overall, I was gaining some knowledge. Later on, I was trying to use that knowledge to solve some basic problems. And at one point, I asked myself, what is my mission? Because at the end of the day, I think that we all should work on some mission, and we should focus on our mission. And I realized that my mission is to provide solutions that can reduce the complexity of everyday's life for people on this planet. And I said this just to get a little bit more into my head and to get my perspective. Here you have QR codes for both my LinkedIn account and Twitter account. I prefer LinkedIn, so feel free to add me. Like I said, I will talk today about how Gen Z and Gen Alpha are going to change social proof. So let me introduce you to those two generations. Gen Z are all born between 1995 and 2009. So I am personally a member of Gen Z. Raise a hand if you are a member of Gen Z, maybe. Oh, nice. Great, 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 great. I didn't expect that. Great, great. I will not ask about Gen Alpha because, yeah. Okay, so Gen Z, interesting generation. We are at the moment facing one big life transitions. We are finishing our formal education, starting a job, starting to live alone, earning first incomes. But we had really specific childhood because we grew up during a recession, but on the other hand, we grew up with the development of smartphones, so we are smartphone natives. We are the ones who are basically fueling the whole digital transition, the e-commerce. We are the biggest customers of e-commerce. And even though we feel young, they are even younger. And those younger guys are Gen Alpha. So Gen Alpha are all those born after the 2010. So the oldest member of Gen Alpha is 13. And even though they don't physically have credit cards or press the purchase button, they have some key roles in decision making when it comes to purchasing and e-commerce, because their parents listen to them. And take in count that their parents are mainly those aged between 20 and 50. So their parents are leading in terms of technology and economical stability. But what interests us are two things, and that is the spending power. So here you have spending power just for United States, not whole world. And the estimated spending power of Gen Z is around 360 billion, while on the other hand, the estimated spending power of Gen Alpha is around 40 billion. Combined, that is more than 400 billion, which is a lot. And while I was preparing for this presentation, I was searching for some data to give you a unique perspective of what we do and what we feel. And I came across really a lot of different statistics, but one especially caught my attention and was living rent-free in my head for several days. And that is this one. So some marketing experts did a research, and they said that average American teen receives between 4,000 to 10,000 marketing messages per day. What does that mean? That means that in some perfect week, in terms of getting these messages, American teen will receive 70,000 messages, like 70,000. Imagine 70,000 of anything. That's enormous. And then you, as a brand, or you as a web shop, you need to stand out among 70,000 messages. It's impossible. I mean, it's possible, but. And because we are getting so much messages, we just developed a blockade, and we don't even feel when we get some advertisement on Instagram or some mail or something else. So question here is how to stand out. And it's not easy. It's not easy. It's complicated, but overall, it just requires a bit different approach. And yeah, we get those 70,000 messages, but at the end of the day, we still buy. And question is what we buy. We buy brands. And yesterday here, it was a really nice presentation where it was said that brand is not only a logo or slogan or something else, that brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. And I agree with that. But I will go one step further. I think that brand is community. Yeah. So the best way to, if community is good, the brand is good. For example, today we took a family picture. And that family picture is more powerful than any WordPress logo. And if you ask me what is WordPress, all of us here are WordPress. This conference is WordPress. And we are the ones who will support and who will bring new clients to WordPress. Same goes for everything else. And now when I'm talking about community, I will try to say a word or two about social commerce. So social commerce is something that has been brought up a few years ago. I mean, it has been here for several years, but lately it became more popular. And when you ask someone, or when you go to Google and type social commerce, the first 15 to 20 links will basically be all. Social commerce is when you buy something through social media. So for example, through Facebook, through Instagram, to some other social media network. And even though all of that is true, social commerce is much more. And if you ask me, social commerce is actually a community. And then how, oh, just a moment. how I see social commerce is that at the front end, what we all see is that, like social media shopping. But what we don't see, and what is even bigger, what is behind every big front end is even bigger back end. And in this case, back end is role of community and social proof. So without quality community, you don't have quality social media, you don't have the followers for your brand on that social media. And to spread your community, you need quality social proof. And now I'll go to the beginning of presentation. So I ask you, how do you choose your restaurant? And let me rephrase what you said. So you basically said, I'm searching for some proof, but not any kind of proof. You are searching for social proof. And believe me, you are not alone. Because according to some surveys, Gen Z and millennials are 99% more likely to rely on online reviews and social media when choosing a restaurant. So 99%, that's almost 100%. That's almost all of us. Let me just bring water, my throat is... But believe me, when I said that restaurants are not only thing when social proof is a deal breaker. So for almost everything, like I don't have an example, but social proof is go or no go for me. So I use social proof in everything, and not only me, but my whole generation is using a social proof. Now I'll do a step away from everything I said before and tell you a little story of my own. So one day I was browsing through internet searching for one t-shirt. I really want one t-shirt, and I found it, yeah. But I didn't buy it at the end of the day. Like I did everything. I added to cart, I went to checkout and everything, but I didn't buy it. Like, anybody maybe have an idea why I didn't buy it? What was the deal breaker for me that time? It's not connected with anything I said before. Okay, no. Okay, almost, but shipping, yeah, exactly, shipping. So shipping was almost twice as high as product itself. Like, and even though if somebody offered me $100 million, I would still not buy it because I'm not willing to pay for something twice as much than for product itself. And at that moment, I just thought, well, okay, this is a problem, but this is not a problem that I face. Like, my whole generation is facing that problem. And like I said before, I think that I should reduce that complexity and that I should offer some solutions for those problems. So I started thinking, what can I do? And what can be done? Like, it didn't take me long to get an idea, what do you do when you want to reduce the shipping? You ask a friend to join you, and then you will share the shipping costs. But what happens then? From the perspective of the guy who is in charge of that shipping, of that cart, he needs to receive all kinds of info from other sites. So one guy will say, I want the size M blue hoodie. Another will say, I want the size L t-shirt with something written on it, and so on. So I just went from one problem to another, which is not good, and I connected them. So I created a big mess. But what's good is that I realized that those two problems are heavily connected, and that I could maybe offer some solutions which could solve both of them. So I again stopped and started thinking, what can be done? And not so long after, with the help of friends and some experts, I created the Collab Cart plugin, which enables customers to shop together on a really easy way. But that's not the point here. The point here is that I saw that as a need of a whole generation. And then I realized, well, collaboration itself and shopping with someone together is not just something that will happen in the future. It's something that is happening now and on the large scale. And like, maybe you are scared as a web shop of collaboration, but you should not be. Collaboration is a beautiful thing, not only for shoppers, because basically for shoppers, collaboration is cost-cutting initiative. But from your perspective as a web shop, it might be, for example, that you are encouraging creation of small shopping groups that will transform to communities, which is core of any modern e-commerce. Or maybe that the individual purchase will be higher because in a single purchase you will have more shoppers. Or maybe the thing that consolidating some smaller packages will reduce cost operational expenses. Like, there is a ton of those benefits, and you should not be scared. And you should search for solutions how to give us the most and the best and the most simple way of collaboration. But it also, I was also curious, like, what is also something that happens while we collaborate, like something that is not benefit or anything, like, I mean not benefit, but something that happens in the background. And I started thinking, okay, collaboration, good. I'm getting some links from my friends, and I also connected that with those 70,000 messages. And I soon realized that today, some traditional advertisement and influencer endorsements are not as important as they were before. Moreover, today, the thing we value the most are recommendations from friends and family and authenticity. So remember this word, authenticity. And then I realized that we have a shift in trust and emphasis on authenticity. What are some other news products of collaboration? Well, first of all, review culture. So today it's completely normal to leave a review after you eat something good, or you buy something good, or you have a good experience in something. And one proof of that is that almost half of Gen Z is leaving their review on social media, like posting. And personally, I don't do that, but I often talk with my friends about my experiences. So I think almost whole generation is one way or another giving some kind of review or some kind of social proof. Is it that good or bad? It depends on you. But at the end of the day, review culture is definitely on its rise. On the other hand, user-generated content, which is strongly connected to reviews, is here. And when you ask someone what is user-generated content, you would get different answers. But user-generated content is actually authentic perspective on your business. So remember what I said one slide ago, authenticity. And when someone gives you authentic perspective, it gives you the best ad, the better ad than some influencer endorsement. And like, user-generated content is great, but what's even greater is when you support it. So try to support it. Like, for example, if you see some review, you could easily just screenshot it and put it in your social media. That way you're doing two good things. First of all, you are showing that you see little people, normal customers, but at the same time, you are encouraging others to do that, because some other guy will say, look, they put some random guy on their social media, they are promoting them. Try to support user-generated content. Now I'll try to circle everything that I said before and finally give you an answer on how will we change the social proof itself. And then I also was thinking about that before, of course. So I started thinking, you know what's crowdfunding? So crowdfunding, for example, if you heard about Kickstarter, is when Kickstarter is a platform where people, crowd community, is founding some brand business idea. Basically, the crowd is founding with money something. Then on the other hand, you have maybe Wikipedia, where you are founding the base with information. Then I thought, well, wouldn't it be nice if we could just connect social proof with crowdfunding? But I would not use the crowdfunding, I would use crowdsourcing. That's how I got to crowdsource social proof. So crowdsource social proof is definitely something that should be considered as future of social proof. It's not that the social proof itself would be changed, but our perspective on it will be. And community members will actively contribute with their opinions, experiences, and feedbacks on products or brands, which is excellent for you. And on the other hand, you are the ones who need to develop some kinds of rating and reviews to allow that community to provide feedback. But what I like the most are all of the strengths of crowdsource social proof. So first of all, you see this pointer right here, okay? So you see one picture and I see other picture. We both think that our picture is most accurate, but it's not. But if we combine our pictures, we get more accurate and more complete picture. Now, think like this. You have some product and you're getting one review from one side, and then you're getting another. So crowdsource social proof offers a diverse representation from different people, for different backgrounds, different preferences, different behaviors, and so on. Overall, crowdsource social proof is only thing to give you a complete picture of your product and most accurate picture of your product. On the other hand, to do anything today, you need to be, you need to follow the trends to be trendy. And I agree that that is really not simple. That's extremely difficult. But you can help yourself, and not you, but others can help you. So crowdsourced social proof is continuously going to get new members, and those new members will join and contribute. The social proof will evolve over time, and it will be up to date, which is great for you. And now if you use those two strengths, you have pretty good chances of standing out among 70,000 messages. But last but not least, multiple community members endorsing a product or service through positive ratings and reviews builds trust and credibility, but not any kind of credibility, authentic credibility. And what we said before is that the authenticity is key in getting to us. Okay, so last but not least, accessible information and community engagement. Crowdsourced social proof really is accessible, and it's up to you also to offer the most simple way of us getting to that proofs. And like I said, you need to encourage that. It's up to you. But also community members actively participating in discussions. I'll give one example also for WordPress. So I know that there are several Facebook groups and Reddit groups where people sometimes have a problem, and then the community is the one who solves that problem. And that's great. And that's something that gives additional value to WordPress. And buyers are, of course, empowered with the insights they need to make confident choices based on collective wisdom of the crowd. Yeah. And I will go to the beginning, how to stand out among 70,000 messages and how to get to us, because I know that's a big problem, not only for small brands, but also, for example, for WordPress, because WordPress is having tough times in getting Gen Z as their. So it's like if you ask any of my peers, it's more likely that they will know, for example, Shopify or some other brands than WordPress. And I know that you are having a tough time. But what you can do, you just need to listen to us and offer us solutions. Or if there are some solutions, try to get the solutions and to support those solutions. I think that I was a little bit faster and I was a little bit not good with time management. So please feel free to ask me any questions. Yeah.
All right. That was impressive, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, sorry. I was a little bit, thank you.
Wow.
I was
Wow.
a little bit.
So this is from everyone. It's a great thank you. It's from the WordPress team.
Thank you.
And we just want you to keep doing what you've been doing. Big round of applause, everyone. Big round of applause. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. You've all eaten. Just do it. All right. So I think I'll start with my questions again, because I don't know, I'm curious. You're 17, you're still in school, you've done this research, you've created this application. When do you sleep?
Well, you know, they said that there's no such a thing as a lack of time, there's just a bad organization. So, you know, if you organize your time well, you can do a lot of things.
Do you do seminars for time organization? Can you teach me how to do this? I'm 32 and I still have issues.
No. For enough money.
I'm very serious about this question too. All right, so second question that's a little bit more serious. Well, the previous one was actually quite serious, to be honest. But you mentioned that the generation, the earlier generations, Zeta, Alpha, and so forth, they don't, okay, so they don't care about TV commercials or things that are like really commercial and expensive and I don't know, trying to sell you something, maybe magazine ads, they don't care about those either. But why don't they care about social media influencers? They're like the same age, they're young, they're still in school. Why aren't they?
Well, let me ask you a question. So, you see an influencer and you know that he's getting paid. He won't promote a product without getting paid. And on the other hand, you have a really good friend who buys some products and then recommends it to you. Who will you believe?
Yeah, I picked the friend. But what? Yeah, I picked the friend. No, you're right.
So same works for us. We know that the influencers are getting paid, and no matter how good the influencers are, they need to live from something, and that something are sponsorships. So I will believe a friend before influencer. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does anyone here disagree with that? No hands. I guess you're right. Bravo. All right, so let's take some questions from the audience now. Right. Oh, that was quick. One moment, the microphone is coming your way, so you can ask your question. We can all hear you nice and clear.
It's like the Deliveroo rider when it's arriving. You're not understanding which side of they are arriving. Okay, so hello, nice to meet you. First, I want to congratulate you because you're so young. I'm 21 actually, and when I see people that are younger, I am also Generation Z, and I started in WordPress when I was like 16 or 15. So I'm the younger person, as far as I know, in the Italian community. So I'm so happy when I see people like me. So congratulations, keep going.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, what I wanted to say was that actually you said before that you seen like WordPress was too hard to use. I actually, in my experience, never heard from any people also like 18, 17, 16, never heard about that. What I have always heard is that people think that they are too hard because they see the HTML code. They said, oh, no, I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So why you say that is too complicated? Thank you. Sorry for this maybe off-topic question.
No.
What was that? A few days ago, I was at the university in Croatia, which is called the which does that. So they produce developers at the end of the day. Yeah. And I asked them, so why do you don't? I'm personally not the expert for the things. I just get what people told me. But they said that it's not just it's too complicated and things like that, but they prefer other things, and that is exactly why, for example, Gutenberg is developing to acquire our generation and to get to our generation.
What do you mean with more complicated?
I think that it's easier today, and if you go now to YouTube and say and type how to start a web shop, there will be more tutorials about how to start it on Shopify than on WooCommerce. And it's maybe easier to learn than to learn WordPress, if that satisfies your answer.
I don't want to take your thunder here, but I'd like to add to that with WooCommerce and with WordPress, you have so many options, so many plugins, whereas with Spotify...
nothing against WooCommerce. My plugin is on WooCommerce only at this moment, so I support WooCommerce. Let's go WooCommerce.
Yes, of course.
But I'm just saying like what I hear from other people, my generation. Yeah.
Yeah, so we all want to make it better.
Yeah.
Right. Because we all love it and use it every day. All right, any other questions from the audience? Come on. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're right in front of me. Terribly sorry for that. One microphone here, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, grab some water.
I'm here.
First of all, I really find your idea very, very good and very pioneer. But I'm not sure about how you imagine the collaborative crowd-sourced collaborative proof. Is it like in independent networks or in a certain platform? It's an idea, or are you planning to create a platform for this?
No, it's not an idea. It's just the perspective. It's just how we are going to look at social proof. We will not look at one review or something. We will try to collaborate all of those to found one big social proof. So there is not like a platform, something to do that. Just our perspective and our position from where we look on that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Next question. Oh, right up there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm circling back.
Wait. I don't see you.
Oh, I'm up here.
Okay. Well,
corner.
Bye.
Sorry, yeah. So circling back 2 questions to your comments on influencers, and I think what you said made a lot of sense. You know, obviously you're going to trust your friend more and your more personal recommendations. But do you feel that your generation has perhaps strengthened that view? Because I mean, as an adult, I have that view too, and I'm sort of boomer generation almost. Gen X. Yeah, thanks. That's generous. Like, does that have something to do with the fact that you, as a generation, are receiving 70,000 marketing impressions per week, and do you feel that as a generation you've developed a resistance to marketing in general?
Okay. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question.
Well,
sorry.
not general, but okay. Like I said, those 70,000 messages are basically some traditional and old-fashioned marketing messages or influencer endorsements, and yes, we raised some resistance to that. That's why you need to find new approaches to get to us. Yeah, and in order to acquire more customers, the best way to do this is through community. So you need to encourage your community to do that.
So, follow-on question, if I may. So, your resistance seems to me like it is a lack of trust, or it's founded in a lack of trust.
Okay.
And then if we, as not just the WordPress community, if the marketing world as a whole starts infiltrating our communities, does that not mean that you will eventually get to the point where you lose trust in your own communities as well? I mean, that super philosophical question there.
Yeah,
and, But
we are in Greece, you know, land of philosophers, so.
To put a little more context on it, though, your generation has raised those barriers, those resistance levels, I think, probably faster than any generation in history. And I wonder if that isn't going to be exactly the same for whatever marketing trick comes next. I suppose my concern here is that we're starting an arms race. It's always been an arms race, but we're really accelerating it now.
No.
Less a question, more of a comment.
Yeah. Okay. So if you ask someone 10 years ago how will marketing look today, they would probably not give you an accurate answer. And that's why I cannot give you an accurate answer right now. So we can only predict or try to predict and go with the flow.
All right. Next question from the audience, please. Oh, this sir right up here. Quite a few questions.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
First, congratulations for achieving many things at a very young age. I think sky's the limit.
Thank you.
From there. So, people form communities, big or small. Do you think that ethical consumption that I believe is getting bigger will get in the way of forming bigger communities and, I don't know, in the near future, maybe make reviews seem obsolete? Like people will start buying products based on their ethicals.
Based on that?
On their beliefs.
Okay.
Or on what is ethical, rather than, oh, that person or my friend was happy with that product.
Could you repeat one more time, please?
Excuse me?
Could you repeat one more time? I didn't...
Yeah, do you think that people in the future will start buying... Start buying products based on their beliefs and...
What does their belief means?
On their ethical, on the thinking that, oh, this product is more environmental friendly or...
Okay.
Is better than me, rather than based on critics and reviews from friends or family.
But those two things go really well along with each other, because you will get recommendation, look, this product is environmentally friendly, and you support that. So those two things will probably go one with another, you know? Because, what? Oh no, if you understand what I want to say to you.
Yes.
And maybe, yeah, there will be some situations when one will go against the other, but as I said, that the beliefs, you are surrounded with people who have same beliefs as you, pretty much, so those recommendations will go with your beliefs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the audience? I don't see, it's pretty bright. There we go, that's much better. No, nothing. All right, I need a really big, because we're not that many people and we really should be, a really big final round of response here for Rodolfo. Bravo, man, bravo. All right, that's it for this track. Before everyone gets up and starts leaving, I'd like to suggest that everyone goes over to track 1 for the final talk of the day. It's going to be on variations on the theme 20 years of WordPress. We're going to have Automatic's product architect there, and we're going to have the product leader, Matt Mullenweg. So please attend that final chat. Also, a quick update, just in case you guys missed it before. We're all going to the party. We're all going to party at night, and you all have to come to the Lohan Light nightclub. Any details can be provided by anyone in the blue shirts if you, for some reason, don't know where it's going to be or what you're going to do. Or hell, you can ask us what to wear. Feel free, we'll give you some advice. You can ask the locals what it's like there too. Just come to the party, all right? That's all for this track. We're going to close it off slowly. So thanks, everyone. Thanks again. Thanks. Thank you.